check. It's like dog. Cat. Check, check, check. Check 1, 2, mic check. Good morning, how's everybody doing out there? Check 1, 2, mic check. Trump family in talks for stake in Binance amid pardon push for convicted founder court. Oh God. Sometimes. How do you start the day off like this? Like messing with my really is messing with my my vibe, man. Check 1, 2, mic check. Hang tight here. Sorry, guys. I thought I was prepared, but I'm not. Give me one quick second here. Slide that over. Let's get right into it. Okay. I was just reading some news this morning. Trump family in talks for stake in Binance amid pardon push for convicted founder, according to Wall Street Journal. And, you know, as I've been thinking that I don't know if it was the decline in the market. Like we all knew that it was going to decline, right? We called it here on February 14th. But I think that combined with all of the just the nonstop news, right, cycle, is kind of depressing. But I don't know. It could be where I live too. I live in the Midwest. We get seasonal depressions, like just like a layer cake. And it's been warm the past few days. Finally here. And I woke up this morning, I'm all chipper. I'm like, yeah, everything's great. It's been sunny. The first thing I read is Trump family in talks for stake in Binance. Mid pardon push for convicted founder, according to the Wall Street Journal. Did you guys see the video, the Tsla video from Daily Show? Oh man. That got me. Did you guys see that video, that Tesla video? Let me see if I can find it. I'll play it. I don't know if I can play it. I might get a copyright strike for replaying it. I don't know if I would or wouldn't. Give it a chance. Look up Daily Show Tsla. Yeah, I'm with you, David. I first moved to Michigan, and I think the first winter was really cold, like a normal Midwest winter. And then the past few years have been mild, to put it blunt. All right. No, I think it was like really cold. We got like a good season or two of snow during COVID, and then it's been very mild here. This winter was proper. I skied 30-inch snow all winter in Michigan. I went up north a bunch and skied weekends and took weeks. I think I took a week or two off in Christmas or something. And it's been a epic winter, and they don't have big mountains here, so like they need snow, right? Like place like Michigan and Ohio, they need cold. People play ice hockey and snowmobile, cross country ski, snowshoe, winter camping, all kinds of stuff, and we haven't really had those winters here. They've just been brutally like no sun, like the usual no sun, dark gray clouds, but not cold enough, not enough snow, but not warm or not. I guess a little bit mild. I liked the mildness to an extent, but I had to fly to ski. My Epic Pass, I gave it up because we have a mountain with Epic Pass here in Michigan, but I gave it up because they kept closing the mountain here in Michigan. This was a proper winter, brother. Agreed. Okay, so a few things. What do we got here? I'm a little like I got some stuff going on. I have a small meeting I got to take care of this morning. I got to go show up for a quick like conference call this morning with my CPA and do some digital signatures and stuff like that for taxes and stuff. I'm going through like tax season and crap like that. And of course, car stuff yesterday. I talked to my wife yesterday. I'm like, I feel so run over. Maybe it's like all of it, right? The layer cake of the winter just stacking up into the spring. Hopefully we can get more sun. I did start last year. 80 said to me, she sent me down a rabbit hole. She was like, get a pool. And I did. I rented like a bulldozer thing or skid steer, and I like bulldozed my backyard, put down rock and sand, and I put a pool in. So I shocked it yesterday. I was shocked that I did that. Well, I started shocking it yesterday. That made me feel good. It was cool outside, and there's some. I drain it, but I leave a little bit of water in the bottom. So I'm looking forward to that. I've been looking at the pool going, I'm glad I got this. So I can look forward to this for the summertime, having a pool. So you know what I mean? Like, just like crazy. All right, so let's take a look at what's going on here this morning. There's a few things we need to talk about. I've been talking about it in a brief the past couple days. I talked about it with you yesterday. There's probably we're kind of trying to bottom here in the market. And let me put this on a 1 minute for you. Sorry about that. There's some telltale signs here, like there's call buying going on, aggressive call buying. That's likely upside hedging. Calls are expensive right now. There's some upside squeeze hedging going on in the marketplace. Not only that, you can see the resistance to us moving higher right now. There's some OpEx mechanics too. Then there's like dealers that don't want to pay until like the last possible moment, right? I'm not going to be shocked if we just squeeze tits off Friday at the bell. It wouldn't shock me. And options are like perfectly priced, overpriced. And there's another problem here too, which is if this is the bottom-ish, right? We're trying to bottom, which is a process in a correction, right? 10% correction. There's a few things we need to know. Number one, we are due for a correction like this every year and a half. So they're normal. Claims of us going into a bear market are unlikely. In a recessionary environment, right? That would mean we trade below the monthly trigger and stay under the monthly trigger. There's a very low probability of that happening right now, where we like trade below the monthly trigger, stay below it, and we enter a recession. Hang tight here. And that's because bull runs last minimum 1 year and a half. They normally run at least 3 years. We're about 2 years into the bull run. You'd expect at least the rest of this year. Though we can slip into a recession from sentiment, and that's the other thing we need to talk about, which would be a crash, which is different than a bear market. They're separate things. They can be mutual, or they can be. They don't need to be mutually exclusive. They're not the same thing. They can be together, or they can be separate. It's important to know the difference between those things too. It's critical that you understand the difference between those things. They can eat you alive. If you speak to Binky, he was trading in the mid to late 90s, and it was something where you just bought those major crashes, but we were in a bull run for years. It was just like pure unadulterated melt up. And what you would do is just collect money. You'd see the market blast down, and you'd add more until we got that roll of the daily trigger, monthly trigger, price below the monthly trigger, and stuff like that. Until you actually saw that roll, and even then, you were afforded you were literally in the crash in 2000, 2001. You were afforded a way out. The crash in 2008, you were afforded a way out. In both instances, you literally just buckled up. And I think GS said this in their yearly outlook. They were like, just buckle up. If you see these major drawdowns this year, and I think everybody's expecting that. We were expecting it. They're expecting it. Everybody's expecting. We just did one. And their whole thesis, right? Their front page was, we're going to get bumpy, but remain long in the marketplace. And I think the thesis behind that is that recessions take time to unfold. In policy, tariffs, all of those kinds of things take time to implement, and then the effects take time to impact the data that sends us into a recession. There's one other way to send us into a recession, and that would be sentiment. If you crash and stay under the monthly trigger, you can trigger panic amongst investors. And that could be a not data-driven recession. That's a possibility. But normally you get a Fed put in those situations. We got one of those for COVID, right? The Fed loves to step in those types of situations, or calm markets and things like that. They have their tools, that the modern monetary theory that they use, which no one likes, but you know that they do that, right? So if we're bottoming, right, in a major correction, it usually takes some time. And what I'm leading into here is this. The last two briefs I've brought up to you guys that if we're going to make this turn higher, there's usually, and even on a weekly basis, there's what the fuck Monday, or what is it, manipulation Monday, turnaround Tuesday, what the fuck Wednesday. I don't know what Thursday is, and then Friday, and then they're faking you out as to where they're going. The market's trying to fake you out. Dealers are trying to not pay you for the direction they want to go. You understand? Whether it's up or down, it doesn't matter. They just don't want to pay you. They want to take the market, and the options market at least. They don't want to pay you. They want all options. They basically want all options to expire worthless and go in the direction that the market wants to go in. Now, let's say we're trying to turn around to the upside. We still haven't hit that major low. Not major low, but like that giant spike wick. It's an opportunity to burn anyone that's thinking that we're going higher. It gives another opportunity to reprice options as well and just wash everybody out. Just like that turn, right? So it's the same kind of a process. So be aware of that, because there's known flows coming into the market on Friday, I believe, on the 14th. And then there's some mechanical things in the market that could potentially send it careening higher. Doesn't mean we have to go there. We're going to go there. But just note that there's danger. And I want you to think about this. If you're short the market, right, and haven't closed, yet, or had a hedge in the market and haven't closed yet. And there's that risk. There's that danger. It's looming. It's been harped on by everybody. We post it. It's on Bloomberg terminals. It's on BBG. It's like white papers being dropped by everybody saying there's risk of squeeze. It's looming everywhere. So it doesn't mean we have to. It's just that the risk is there. Now, even if that risk is there and everyone's loading up on calls to get there, I stopped the show yesterday for about an hour or so.
Just a heads up, Mexico's economy minister abroad, currently speaking in Mexico City.
I stopped the show yesterday and reviewed the market with you yesterday and said, we could always trade way down here, right? We didn't do the Elliott wave thing to the downside yet. We haven't broken out of trend yet. So if you're a bull, you're trying to buy the market on lows until a confirmed breakout happens. So just briefly this morning, to encapsulate that thought, the idea would be just a simplification of this. If we're blasting down here, right, and we think this is bottom, right, before we make the trip higher, they'll flush you out, then send us higher. So you get the down move, but not the second down move, right? The low and not the second low.
Bad idea.
But they flush you out, and then we up and running, right? So just be careful of that between. I want to say like right now, it's getting more dangerous between like now and
Mexico begins consultation on possible response measures.
Right now to Friday, we have flows coming in on the 14th, and then we also have we have more downside risk again next week before expiration, and we have ramp risk too. We have ramping risk on OPEX day, and also on the end of month day. You could see us put on like 100 points into those last 2 days, like stupid moves to the upside, near vertical. So just be aware of them. Even if your thesis is different, if your thesis is, I don't know, we're going to crash and never come back, that's okay. Just be aware of where everybody is on first, second, third base, second shortstop, wherever. And where are people and what are they thinking? Well, let's look at that really quick. Or no, actually, we'll come back to that in a minute. There's some stuff I want to go over with you guys that I haven't gone over that I promised that I would earlier in the week. One of them I want to talk to you about is recession risk. I'm going to try to get through this throughout the day.
Preparing to use any tools necessary for tariffs.
I'm going to try to get through. There's a lot of stuff to go over. I've gone over this stuff on the show in the past, but I keep getting questions about this stuff. And when we were at the top in mid-February, right? I told you that you're going to hear cacophony of doom, and it's going to progress. It's going to get worse and worse and worse. And they'll start telling you like recession, market crash. I don't fucking know. World War III. They'll throw the kitchen sink at you. And sure enough, that's what they've been doing. So there's a lot of regurgitation going on. There's a lot of manipulation of what data actually means. There's a lot of choice picking. There's a lot of mental masturbation. And it clouds the investor, the trader.
Trump on Truth Social.
Hey, if they're saying it on Wall Street Journal, it must be true. If they're saying it on New York Times, it must be true. If they're saying it on FinTwit, it must be true. CNBS, it must be true, right? And you hear it so many times that you start regurgitating it. Yeah, I've been there. It's hard not to regurgitate that stuff. So one quick thing we're going to start with this morning is, one quick second here. We'll get you guys set up for the day here, so that if you're trading, hold on here. Why is that not on?
With cold blood, firmness to find the best position.
Why are the pivots not on the screen there? Hold on here.
So Mexico is evaluating tariff tools to face April 2nd deadline, according to abroad.
Trigger screen. Okay. Before we get off on a tangent, not tangent, quite a tangent, but this is a weekly. Expected moves. If you have pivots, you can adjust your. If you have the pivots from us, you can adjust your pivots to show daily pivots. 1 day. So there they go. And you can also show weekly pivots. So 1 week. And you can kind of see this 40. This is S2 on the week. I didn't quite get a weekly low yet. We got, let me see, where's the weekly low here? So this, on a weekly basis, we still haven't, this is S1 on a weekly basis. And we're been underneath this all week. We haven't tagged that S2 yet. So if we were to have that bloodbath before we go higher, I would be targeting down here this S2 on a weekly basis.
According to
you can do this with traditional pivots. You can also do this with Fibonacci levels if you want. We can do Fibonacci. Right about there, about the same spot. So if you're a bull, this whole week I've told you until we break out, right? Until we break out, you're looking for lows to buy. Lows to buy. And I would say that as this risk increases of a squeeze, maybe just keep your eyes down below here for a new low. So here, we'll take a quick look here. Let's go to a daily basis here. Snap a line down here. And that one green. If you're wondering who's selling into you right now, it's dealers more than likely.
Stocks extend their fall with the Nasdaq down 1%.
Switch this. Daily basis. Make bulls cry even more. There we go. Here's that S3. Here's S4 and 5. Right there. That's how you get your bottom spike. Down there. There's the 14th right there. Friday, 14th. Flows come into the market all the way up. Can't guarantee we do this, but I would be very afraid of this. I think there's a lot of risk to this happening. A lot of pain down here. And you just slam down into this. It's quick. It's like 1 day, maybe 2. This could take into Friday too. And then those flows come into the market. We just start ramping, like super ramp. $61st, because this would be the first place you get start with that one right there. And your next one would be huge. Be like this. It would be like fucking monster ramp. Friday, 9 o'clock, 10:30, right there. I'm going to turn this yellow as an alternate count. Just be aware of this down below. I don't think that it's guaranteed we go down here. We have a lot of buyers here. Let me go back to this trigger screen. This is the bottom right here. As long as this hold, we're good to go higher. But if we begin to break this down here, if we begin to get down there, come on, stop. What's going on? Like that. Slam down through that one. Pretty fucking violent. Wham, wham, wham. Don't get crazy with this yet. It should be a buyer down here with stops underneath. But if this begins to break here, this is the one you want to watch out for right here. I don't know if this happens, so don't be like, oh, I'm slamming the put, I'm like buying puts for Friday or something like that. Don't do that just yet. I just want to pay attention to it. Guys, like I should have bought puts off the bell. If you got the brief last night, you can read it right now and it'll explain this better to you.
Keep in mind, U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent speaking on CNBC now.
Okay, so now you guys got this all lined up for you here. Let me go over here. Just show you this. There's no real market down there either. This could be the bottom here. Not receiving enough video for smoothing. Maintain a smooth stream.
Bessent says the aim is long-term gains.
Stay with me here. I'm not gonna reset the stream right now, but I'm gonna attempt to I'm going to attempt to reset my internet. You shouldn't have to log off. It'll just be like a minute or two. I don't know what's going on. I'm having like intermittent outages here past couple days. Can anybody tell me, is YouTube stream okay?
Essence says, I'm not concerned about a little bit of volatility.
It's okay. All right, cool. I won't reset. I'll leave it on. Okay, now let's talk about some of this. Let's talk about some of this doom and gloom that's out there, so we can dispel some of this stuff. We're going to try to get through all of that today.
About the stock market says we are focused over the medium and long term.
Hold on a second here. I'm having really fucked up. We got really weird shit going on.
Besant says a US government shutdown would be disruptive.
Yeah, we should probably talk about that stuff too. Democrats are claiming a shutdown on Thursday, Friday. I should have included that on the turnaround, that you still have like this looming government shutdown too. That was in your brief last night, but I didn't talk about it this morning. We're going to confirm if we're going to roll here in just a minute. We're bouncing off 55.50 right now, by the way.
As Besant speaks here, just seeing some weakness in the dollar and some strength come through in the S&P 500.
If we roll, we're going to trade 5,500. On SPX.
Besant, when asked about Trump's threatened 200% tariffs on EU alcohol, says not sure why one or two items from one or two trading blocks is a big deal.
A second here.
Besant adds that aside from metals and likely autos, everything else is up for grabs for tariff negotiations. And Besant adds if trading partners want to ratchet things up, surplus countries will take the biggest hit. US Treasury Secretary Bessent says companies are generally supportive of the transition away from government spending. Bessent is confident that the Trump tax bill is on track. US Treasury Secretary Bessent says a detox does not have to be a recession.
Why do they keep talking about recession?
Bessent says trying to get a tax bill done and controlling expenses. The US Treasury updates Iran-related sanctions. WTI weakening on this initial announcement, just waiting for some more color on this. So the US Treasury sanctions Iran's Pakistan. As looking through the Treasury's updated Iran-related designations, following entities have been added. Seems to be a list of shipping companies: an Aaron Ship Management, a Celestine Maritime, a Fallon Shipping Company, also a Hong Kong Heshan Transportation Trading Company as well. U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent says maybe inflation.
I tried to chase that and I couldn't get my hands on it.
Strengthen the S&P 500 here.
I tried to buy this just now and they made me fucking chase.
Also, Russia's foreign ministry says that Russia has expanded its sanctions
Sorry about that.
in response to the EU's 16th sanction package. Bessent says dollar priced in a lot of the Trump.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest?
Sorry, I was on the business end of trying to get along there. That's why I was quiet.
Get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for
Try to catch that fucking bar.
for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Bessent says on the US dollar, it's natural to see adjustment. Also seeing a draft paper on defence, European Commission to invite EU countries to swiftly agree on the most pressing critical defence capability areas with a view to launching a large-scale pan-European flagship project. Also, US Special Envoy Witkoff is in Moscow for talks with Russian officials about the Ukraine war, according to a source briefed on the matter. Did hear about this coming through yesterday. Bessent says we could see upside growth surprise in Europe.
So you can hear Bessent talking about recession, risks to the stock market. I want to go over this with you quickly if I can, this recession stuff. I was going over it with the Discord earlier this morning, and we're going to switch over here really quick.
Witkoff is in Moscow for talks with Russian officials about Ukraine war, according to source briefed on matter.
There's a lot of shit coming across the wire right now. Where is this stuff? Like I had this stuff up, but now I don't.
Seeing a potential, or could see a surprise growth in Europe. It also says China seems to have stabilized. Bessent on the dollar says it's natural for other countries to do well. Bessent says we're having a dialogue with China. Also, European Commission will propose measures to deepen the single market for defence, notably through greater clarity in procurement and regulatory simplification and harmonisation, according to draft white paper on defence. Bessent says hoping to get to tax bill in the coming weeks.
God damn, it sucks that I missed that. I missed that bar down there. That was a great bar right there.
European Commission says it will propose the European Commission will propose by June 2025 defence omnibus simplification regulation according to draft white paper on defence.
All right, hang tight, guys. I'll bring this down for us to read here. All right. So, bring that over there. I want to read to you if you can. I don't know if you can read this here. We might be able to read this on your screen. Hold on here. Well, this is coming from Larry Williams in a yearly report. He said, I dug deeper into the data to find the very long cycle or pattern for industrial production as shown in chart 25. This is above here. The industrial production should continue to be robust into March of 2026. Businesses should expand between now and then, which is positive impetus for stock prices. He goes on to say there is no evidence that this time recession will take place in 2025.
Get the EI natural gas change BCF. Forecast is for a draw of 49 BCF.
Voice news disconnected.
Then he poses a question here. Will there be a recession? The Fed speaks. Fed data also says there is no recession at this time. A recession will take place in 2025. At this time, Fed data also says there is no evidence at this time a recession will take place in 2025. I say that with conviction, as one of the very best signs or triggers of recessions is the Fed's smoothed recession probabilities chart. He goes on to say you can monitor it here during the year. He goes on to talk about this. He says in chart 26, we see the blue index, see the index in blue, recessions in the vertical gray bars, and the trigger for them sits at the number 10, not 1.0, 10. Readings at or above that have kicked off bad times. The 2005 reading got close at 9.5, but not above the danger line. As of this writing in December of 2024, the index is at 1.48. This tells us the purveyors of pessimism will be wrong again. Will again be wrong. Yes, there is substantial increase in the December data, but still far below the 10.0 danger zone. Now you can watch it every month. And he goes on to say, I'll toss another log on the fire in this discussion with a look at the cycle for recessions, as well as what may be the singular best forecast tool to alert us of bad times coming. And he goes on to say GDP recession index and cycle with DJIA from 1969 to 1982. View of economic history. In blue, you see the Dow Jones. Black is the measure of the Fed's GDP-based recessions. The red is 6.5. Blah, 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 blah. Goes on about this. He continues to go on about this later on inside this report. Now, what's important here is this address. I'm going to click on this right now and take us to this chart. And I'm also going to post it for you, a link to it inside of the chats on YouTube. I've already posted this to the Discord, but I want to post it to you guys on chat in YouTube and on Twitch. Here's a link to the Fed data, and I got another one. I got another one for GDP that I can show you too. It's like a percentage of GDP chart from the Fed that can also warn of bad times ahead. I think I've showed that on the show. I don't have it in front of me, but we'll take a look at it together. The post, yeah, there you go. Okay, so what's important about this chart here is this is a smooth recession probabilities chart. This shows the entire length of recessions that we've had. And you want to note, you can actually see one back here in 2005 that got close. You can see another one back here in 1978 that briefly sent us into a recession. And there's a lot of talk right now about recession. So if you can click on that link on your computer at home, I would then ask you to click on maybe a 1 year here. It's right now it's set to max, but you can click on 1 year. And what I really want to show you here is how I just clicked on the 1 year. If you look here, recession risk dropped into February of 2024. Currently, it sits at 0.2, not 1, 0.2. So your first indication here is how far away are we from recession? We're not at 10. We're not at 1. We're not at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. We're nowhere near. We're at about a what? We're at 0.02% or something like that of a chance of getting into a recession. Yet, this argument is a major focus of conversation right now due to the stock market being weak. Now, there's something else here. I had a great question this morning from the Discord. Someone said, Cap, this data is only from January. We're all the way in March. And it's a great question because what a lot of people fail to understand is that you need time to write a story. It's a story is a data story is not written typically. I'm going to give you the other example where the story can be written quicker later, but I think I already gave it to you by telling you price can tell that story too quicker than actual data. So if you were to see price break below the monthly trigger and stay under the monthly trigger, you could trigger a recession, not data driven. And that could be just panic, fear, that kind of stuff. Sentiment, which you already know I am always not scared of, but I'm always fascinated by how sentiment can change in a dime. I'm always fascinated by if you can you can panic people, how you can trigger these events to take place. You can manifest these events. So if you look at this here, we're at 0.02. And I want to also talk to you about why you need time. When you get data that's, let's say it's a year of data, you usually need 1 to 3 months, and then you have to adjust for seasonality. So let's say you have, let's say retail sales are their worst in January. So I buy lots of presents for my family in November, December for the holidays, and then I tighten my belt in January, right? So you have tradition, and then you have data that's like from like November, December, January. Then you have data that's December, January, February, and you get data that's January, February, March, right? And so you would need to smooth this data out over time. Fairly easy to understand, right? So you could get a spiked report even within data that's not 1 month, but 3 months. You could get 2 months of great buying, right? Like November, December looks great, right? When you put it in with January, it looks like great data over 3 months. You get a great spike up, right? We're spending, and then all of a sudden you get into like December, January, February, and it starts to come down viciously, right? So you've got a 1 month report that makes everybody freak out, good or bad. Then you've got 3 months that can be skewed as well. So you need to start stacking together that data, string that data together over 6 months, 7 months, or 3 months, 6 months, 9 months to tell a story. Does that make sense to you guys? Now, even within that time frame, that 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, and 9 months, stuff can be transitory, can't it? We take a hit, let's say, to GDP. We take a hit, a one-time hit to GDP from tariffs, or we get some greedflation in the beginning of tariffs or pre-tariffs. Same thing with imports affecting GDP. You can have really skewed data, and you can't find out the economic impacts oftentimes right away. So when you get a reading in January of 0.02, it doesn't make it we're entering a recession. We're not even close, are we? And even then, if we get a spike up in this data, let's say into Q2 or Q3, you've got counter data too, right? You've got the greedflation going on right now that's going to counter some of that GDP stuff, or at least earnings and stuff like that. So you've got like all these counter data points, right? So a fascinating part of this is if you look back on Trump 1.0, we had a crash, I believe, in 2018 at the end of the year. So you had the initial impact from policy and tariffs. It was a one-time thing. That inflation was transitory. And then we had other things going on that made the market crash at the end of that year. But it wasn't inflation-driven either. The reasons why we had that major drawdown in 2018 were separate from that stuff. So when you're looking at like recession in particular, when you hear people talking about recession, they're talking about something that's not today. And it won't be. I know you want to will that into being. It's possible, but you would need to trade under the monthly trigger and then stay under there and panic everybody. I think I posted some white papers in our Discord from Nomura, from McGilligot, and he touched on this about 2 or 3 weeks ago. He was touching on if you can create panic in people, maybe you can get price down there. But other than that, there's no like structural reason why we should enter a recession. That's the only other way we can get into one is just stock market price. That's it. And sentiment. Literal sentiment from people. Hold on. I should have got in there. I'm paying attention to recession right now. So I really need you to look at that stuff, or at least think about that stuff when you are consuming that we're in a recession. I know people say things like inflation's way higher than is reported. They'll say we're in a recession, but you just don't know it. You got to understand that the stock market trades based on this data. Even if they change it, they're going to use that as a metric. I think Joe Donut said something or touched on this once before with the tax policy. There was like a tax policy, something he was talking about, and they're like, "This is how you make all this money from these corporations." Whatever rule you set, whatever guideline you set, whatever data set you set, the market still trades to whatever that data set is. You let people say, like, if they reformed this, they reformed that, the market would trade differently. No, they would just adjust to it. Literally, just work around what the rules are. So I would think about that stuff when you're consuming this information about, like, we're in a recession, we're going to a recession, or it's a fraud market, or fraud this or fraud that. We've heard that for decades. Decades upon decades upon decades upon decades. Let's see if they send this thing to the downside or not. So anyways, when you're consuming that stuff, be careful. This is the first part of the segment. I'm going to talk to you about recession. I'm going to talk to you about some CPI stuff today, PPI stuff. I'm going to talk to you about GDP, some tariff stuff later today as well. Wrap all of this stuff up with you as we're down here right now. To dispel some of the stuff that you're consuming and then regurgitating. And I'm going to shift from like Larry Williams here over to Wolf Richter at some point. We're going to review some of this data and try to like figure out why, or maybe not figure out why, but dispel why you're consuming manipulated data, whether it's Wall Street Journal, New York Times, whether it's intentional or whether you're just reading what you want to read, or they're wording it a certain way so that you're taking away something that's not really there. And the importance of that in a lot of the regurgitated garbage that's out there. Because in all truth, none of the data for the economy is pointing towards the doom that is spewed right now. Like none of it. Now, can policy impact that stuff? Yeah, it can. Can tariffs outside of a one-time hit become non-transitory inflation and become more sticky inflation? Persistent, I think, is the word that Jerome is using right now. But even if it becomes persistent, if there's no velocity to it, that still doesn't mean it's bad. Heightened inflation actually isn't bad. Stagflation is worse. If we have heightened inflation at 3-4%, the market actually usually goes up. Now, there are other reasons the market can go down. There are policy decisions that can go down. This also includes unemployment, too. Like, we want to look at how many, like, people are like, well, they're laying off all these people, firing all these people from the government. I think right now it's like 20 or 40,000 people or something like that. It is it's a percentage of a percentage within our unemployment rate. It's like unemployment or government employees are a percentage of our unemployment rate. Within that, there are millions of employees, and you're trying to say that losing 20 or 40,000 employees is going to crash our economy is pure insanity. And then you're looking for those numbers inside of the unemployment or jobless claims to say like, oh, look, they're all on unemployment now. We're fucked. We have people out of work just due to natural disasters. You have a big fire in California. You have a hurricane down in Florida. You have a hurricane that rips through Georgia, North Carolina. All those people aren't working. They're not producing. And we didn't crash then or enter recession then due to those reasons. Those people went on unemployment. Tons and tons, thousands and thousands of people. So you really, and then further from that, when we go into a recession, you typically need the world to enter one. You need the rest of the world to join in. I really, truly want you to know that you want to be seeing this in your real life. You want to see for rent signs everywhere. Well, you can't, or not just everywhere. I wanted to include like commercial buildings, but that's not true either. All these stores that are closing in public, well, Kohl's is closing some stores and this one's closing some stores. It's not because of no spend, because people are spending their money on the internet. They're, instead of buying stuff in a physical store, outside of like Walmart, maybe for groceries, they're buying their shit on the internet. They're spending their money elsewhere. Hold on here. Let me get this out of here. So if you want to see it in public, you want to see people not spending money, not going out to events. You show up to your local music festival. You show up to your local, I don't know, German Pride Parade, right? German Heritage, Irish Heritage, African Heritage Pride, something, right? You show up to a local festival for wines or for food, and it's empty. You show up to St. Patrick's Day in Chicago, there's nobody there. You go to a ski mountain, and there's nobody skiing. Your friends start getting divorces. Unusually, like, whoa, wow, 3-4 of my friends, and they seemed like they were fine. Right? Everything seemed fine over there with the Johnsons. They had a perfect family. Well, they were having money problems. You know, Brad got laid off and they were overextended in their credits. And what else happened? They started to go bankrupt, right? Cards started being turned off on them. How long does a bankruptcy take? Months. Sometimes a year or years. right? They stop cutting the grass out in front. They start getting divorced. That stuff takes time. It's not like tomorrow or today we wake up with the stock market down and all of a sudden, like, I don't know, there's like everything shut down and nobody's got money to spend. Consumer is strong, even with these threats of tariffs, even with these threats of trade wars, even with threats of policy changes, all this kind of stuff, all the noise that you're hearing everywhere. That stuff takes time. And if you know anything about recessions and those figures I just showed you, they take time. They take months. The wheels of that machine takes time. And if we already know that we're at the late stages of a bull market, if you already know that, we're looking towards, maybe it's the start of 25. No, we're going to push out 26, maybe even 27. I don't think it's that far, but we already know that we're going to be looking for that news to grow over time, right? You're going to hear the cacophony. You're going to hear people say things like you hear right now. Threat of recession. You already know this in advance. You know you're going to hear it. We said to you in mid-February, you're going to hear calls for this and calls for that. You're also going to hear the continuation of this discussion grow louder and louder and louder and louder, even though the market will continue to go higher. So as long as you're aware of it, that's fine. But if you start to spout off like, well, we're going to be in a recession next week, bro, I'm sorry. That was the top, and the economy's fucked, and the people are fucked out there, and look what Trump's doing, and all this other stuff. And we're all fucked. We're doomed. World War III, bro. Civil War today. The chances of that happening are slim. Slim. And not something that is bettable. It's not anything that you can bet. Nothing you can say, oh, it's going to happen tomorrow. You really need that data to back up those claims. Today's March 13th. We start the next earnings season next month. You come in to these earnings and all of these companies are saying, we're making hand over fist money right now, bro. I don't know how you square that away with the doom. I don't know how you do that. The banks are extending credit right now to everybody. Wages are good. Employment is good. Jobs are good. People are working. So I don't know where all this discussion comes from. I'm sure it's manufactured to get the price of the stock market down. To amplify, scare you, make you sell or not buy, or whatever it is you do. Maybe you are buying tops and not buying bottoms. They want to shake you out, whatever it is. I don't know what that is, but what they tell you and what is the reality is the opposite usually. I think Jamie Dimon and JPM came out yesterday about threats with recession, right? And then what did we show you in the Discord this morning? A white paper from JPM for their clients that came out yesterday, right? That said, LOL, that's not true. It's a puff piece for the news cycle. JPM, I think Dr. CS posted that white paper to you this morning, right? In the Discord? That was from yesterday. From JPM saying there's no structural reason for recession right now. There's zero. So if you get like Jamie Dimon warning you of this stuff or someone like that, they're pontificating. You get someone like who's our other boy out there that I like to I forget the other guy is. He's out there saying the same shit, and I'm like, well, he must have a position on the market that's negative, or he wants to see some doom or something, or more doom. Get the market lower so they can buy it. Lower price, always better. So anyways, there's the first part of recessions. That'll be the first segment for this morning. I posted the links to how to look for a recession. I'm going to give you another one. That's a percentage of GDP that can show weakness in markets or economy. later on this morning. Ooh, yeah. Come on down, baby. Come on down. They blood it. We get the new high there? So 1 quick second. I gotta check something. Shit, I'm missing my meeting. There's another day of you guys buying massive calls, huh? Last 3 fucking days, just calls. They're not going to let this go up if you're all buying calls. Every day, you guys are ramping calls on the bell. You're ramping calls right now too. I'm going to find out right here. Dixie coming into half hour trigger right now. $10.55. Rid of that. Besant saying detox is not a euphemism for recession. We are trying to get tax bill done and controlling expenses. JPM saying CTA net risk in U.S. equities is back near levels last seen since October 23, though above lows we saw in 2022. A lot of net selling seems to be happening in futures. HF net flows in North American stocks were more negative in late Jan to mid-Feb and have been more positive. Most recently, some buying Mag 7, LC software and covering shorts and LC healthcare staples utilities and selling airlines, energy, banks, med tech. Retail and ETF flows have been mixed, but not clearly showing outside selling. In general, the recent net flows would suggest that there's been modest selling and hedging of risk, but not more extreme capitulation. Besant also saying earlier, aside from metals and likely autos, everything else is up for grabs for tariff negotiations. If trading partners want to ratchet things up, surplus countries will take the biggest hit. The surplus country is taking the biggest hit. One of them is autos. I was talking about Ford earlier this week. I was bullish on it. Man, I just looked at those numbers that came out from auto sales, and auto pricing is going higher again, and they're already high. Ford's going to eat those tariffs. I swear there was a dog behind me. See if they can get more downies here or not. These bears need to get down here. Otherwise, we're going to squeeze. Should squeeze here. There to get a new low at 11:30 at 11 a.m. Sorry about that. Blood it. Shank it. Shank that fucking thing. Make it go straight down. Do it. Don't make me wait here till 3:30. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Shake it. Fucking, Come on, Bears. There we go. There we go. There you go. Get on down there. Keep pounding. Oh, we're so close to the edge right now. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Come on. Ah, shit. Don't do this to me. Just keep going down just a little bit more. Just like the tiniest bit more. Just slice right through. Oh, oh, God. So much drama to go down. Watch out for a quick squeeze to roll down. There ain't shit down there, dude. It's like a free fall. 5,500 here. Let me show you guys something here. 550. I mean, it's just fucking boom. Watch out if you want to close, and if you want to close and attack it again higher. Ugh. $5.65. Hold on here. I don't know what the fuck is going on with
We have put out the video on the feed, just a heads up. It is, of course, translated on Sky News, but the audio is very quiet.
my financial juice is all fucked up today. I don't know what it is. Maybe I gotta log out, maybe? Sign out, maybe? And then log back in. Yeah, I'm missing a whole bunch of shit here. I'm missing a fuck ton of news. I don't know why that is. I'm having all kinds of like. I'm having issues today. I'm not seeing like what is that? I'm missing all kinds of news here. I don't know why. Dude, what the fuck is that?
Nuclear power plant, and it produces over 40% of domestic supply of for Belarus. And we will also be cooperating in the field of.
This is Putin talking.
We will cooperate in the field of big data and creating digital systems. We have also discussed our human cooperation, and we will continue to encourage mutually beneficial cooperation, cultural cooperation. We event was very popular in the 70s of the 20th century, and we're bringing it back. We have increased our cooperation in education, we will be hosting over 12,000 students from Belarus, and next year we will have over 1,300 Belarus students entering our universities. We will increase the involvement of our citizens in
The audio sucks on this.
and we have introduced some amendments into our 1998 agreement, which brings equality between the rights of
This is Putin with a translator.
and, citizens of Belarus. Russian citizens can now be elected in in Belarus, and we are also celebrating the anniversary of victory in the Second World War, and we know what cost we paid, the cost of life of our
There goes Vic's turning back up again.
grandfathers. And Alexander Lukashenko confirmed his participation in the
HYG getting shanked right now. Watch out, we almost closed the gap on HYG here.
unit from
Maybe we knife down here and then come back up.
National Parade
Right there, then back higher again.
on the Red Square. Taking into account the difficult situation in the world, in Europe, and also on the borders of our countries, we have discussed a number of questions on creating a common defense area. We have a Russian military placed in Belarus. We have tactical nuclear weapons and defense systems. On all of this is securely protecting the western border of our states. We have exchanged official documents on ratification of the bilateral agreement on security guarantee. And this way, the law has been passed into force. We are determining the union obligations, mutual obligations on protecting each other, using the full range of military arsenal. We have also discussed further cooperation on international arena, and our positions are aligned on the number of major issues. And also we talked about cooperation within the framework of CSTO, and also cooperation within
HYG getting murdered here.
cooperation organization, where Belarus has been accepted as a full member in last July. Also, Belarus has received a status of full member of BRICS. And I would like to again thank President Lukashenko for a fruitful meeting, and this will ensure further cooperation in
Microsoft's gap's about to be closed here. Giant gaps to the upside on Tesla.
Putin, dear members of media. First of all,
XLF has a little bit more gap. They left a little bit of gap behind on XLF.
the government for this unprecedented level of organization of my
Just blood this fucking thing goes straight down.
with the President of Russia. As always, were very fruitful, and we have completed only a third of our negotiations. We will continue tomorrow in order to sort out, not just to sort out our intergovernmental relations, but also to determine our prospects. We see that time is running out very fast, and we have to ensure that we outline our future steps. As Mr. President pointed out, we have looked at priorities of the Union State for the
On down, baby.
term. We have exchanged our opinions on
New low.
the situation and also on the regional situation. We have confirmed the validity of an agreement that was signed in December last year on defense, mutual defense and security. We have discussed our prospects on our cooperation within Eurasian Union, and also cooperation within BRICS. And I'm very grateful, President Putin, because you have done everything that you promised. You've done everything that you promised to help us enter Shanghai Cooperation Organization and also BRICS. As partners, we have now the opportunity to work and live on this platform. We will be participating in the international dialogue on a number of matters with our delegations. Minister of Foreign Affairs has spoken on the major areas of our cooperation. You've always been an example for us, example of successful integration, how we should be working between the ministries. We have also talked about the conflict in Ukraine. We will work on this today and tomorrow with Mr. Putin. We have discussed the prospects, and I'd like to also say that we shouldn't be counting on too much, but we have to trust the facts. We just need to look at the facts. That's the most important thing. And all these statements and all these promises are just empty words for now. So we see some positive trends in the geopolitics, global geopolitics. Illegitimate sanctions of a number of states are still there, but they somehow helped us, and we agreed on this with President Putin. We see that the pressure is still on. However, we see that this pressure backfired and affected the countries that applied that pressure and applied those sanctions. And we are confident that we will be able to overcome that pressure with time. On the other hand, if we did not have these challenges, we would have had to invent them. They forced us to think about the importance of food security and sovereignty. Many issues that we thought to be insurmountable. For example, microelectronics, creating microchips. It turns out we did have resources.
It's Putin.
Which we undervalued. We have located them.
He's talking about Lushenko and how they've got defenses with nuclear bomb or nuclear missiles.
Ensured access.
Well, they're basically talking about defense of Russia. Well, I guess maybe this might be on because there could be talk about a ceasefire.
Lithuanian ports, we are now redirecting through St. Petersburg port. We have completely rearranged our logistics, and we continue to work on this direction. The potential transportation system is great, and we will be using.
There should be one more low here. We should be able to tag.
That are provided by their
should be able to tag like. Look at that one, but I want this one here.
Cargo, which we can load.
I'm closed now. I closed puts here. I don't want to wait for this for the squeeze.
But it looks like maybe our railway is overloaded at this moment in time. Maybe we have to move to other ports. And we started to work on this, and we will keep improving it. We are grateful to you for the statement.
Helmets on, boys and girls.
You promised to build a high-speed.
You're not getting the market green yet. We're looking to shank this fucking thing.
Breast to.
It's gonna take a little bit to get down there. There's like.
I said to President Putin that This is not my.
Need like
This is an indication of.
need blood down here, and then one more for the big boy.
East, you have west, just like in Ukraine.
There's the magic number right here, 552.05
25% for spot
to trade 48, 55 or 5500 in SPX.
$15 of 4 bills and awarding 52.8 to 1% of bids at high.
With Russia. Belarus components are now used in airplanes and cars and lorries, and we see that our lorries have.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and
replaced
be on the
Western
bleeding edge of news for
equivalents?
non-farm payrolls? Then
We
sign
know
up today and
that,
get our special offer of Financial Use Pro
clothes that are
for a
produced
year's
in
worth of our
Belarus
service
are highly
for the
valued
price of 1 month
and known
and save 92%.
in Russia. We've also looked at some samples that we produced, samples of UAVs, and we have agreed, and we will be building. We will be building a new factory producing UAVs in Belarus. We've agreed that with President Putin, but we need some time for this. Together with the President of Russia, we are thinking not just to replace the import, but also to move ahead and overtake imported goods in terms of quality, and we can achieve a technological breakthrough, and we have everything we need for this purpose. We also know where we're going: artificial intelligence, quantum biotechnology, microelectronics, nuclear fusion, production of UAVs, and other areas. What can we not do? We're doing
Russia and
doing
Belarus joint
everything
statement.
that we need
Russia and
to
Belarus consider
do.
NATO actions in the context of the Ukrainian
Also,
crisis
we,
as
continue
hostile and
developing our
destabilizing, fraught with nuclear
cooperation
conflict.
in,
Like, there's a part of me that wants to go not short, but long puts again. But what I don't want to happen, I mean, there's an argument to be made that we can go down,
citizens of Russia and Belarus. That
And
means
and then down there.
That,
Look, there's more money to be made in here, but I just don't want to get caught in a, like, they've satisfied the low at this point. So
Russia, and Russian citizens already have that right.
had this one right here. I took this one right here.
The most important celebrations would be the celebration of the 80th anniversary of victory in the Second World War. President Putin, thank you for being
There can be an argument made.
on the forefront of this process. Thank you for protecting that victory that we're proud of. This will be a great special honor for us to participate in the parade on the Red Square on the 9th of May. We value and we honor the
I think an argument made to get short as fuck here.
of our people in.
They're bleeding it right now.
And we will not accept.
I'm not sure, or I'm not on puts anymore. I should be, but I'm not.
And we see that Russia and Belarus are at the forefront of fighting for the just.
Starting to break now. If we can get one more pump,
These two countries have
or a
been
short pump or something, maybe I'll jump on them again.
protecting our common values. We are helping each other to protect our national interests based on the principles of equal rights. And we've agreed with the President of Russia that we will do everything possible for our
Ooh, nice stab.
best people
Russia and Belarus
in the
joint
world. We
statement
do not
say
want
More down coming.
American missiles in Europe
but we are not
destabilize
going
the
to
situation.
Give away anything that belongs to us.
I wish I had stayed on those fucking puts.
Thank you very much for your attention.
US stocks extend full, S&P 500 down 1.02%.
God, I should have stayed in those 48s.
Russian media and Belarus media the opportunity to ask questions.
Gah.
Not the first channel Belarus.
Coming into S2 right now.
normalization of
We should blast right through it. Should blast straight through it.
Do you think it will
But watch out for the bounce off it.
the Union state? Do you think Western companies will want to come back? And when they come back, do you think it will nullify our efforts on technological cooperation between the two countries? As for import replacement and all matters that are connected to this, with illegitimate restrictions, which are called sanctions. First of all, our so-called
right now, so Putin is saying that the U.S. is destabilizing the region by wanting to get rid of nuclear arms in Europe.
and
Russia and Belarus consider NATO actions in the context of the Ukrainian crisis as hostile and destabilizing, fraught with nuclear conflict.
throw
Plans to destroy American missiles in Europe destabilizes the situation.
second. But of course, all of this will be based on the current situation. If the
Which is, you know, the Trump speak about how he wants kumbaya with China and Russia.
to come back, moreover,
We're going to keep going down a little bit more.
within the norms of
Russia and
WTO,
Belarus
Tiny bit more, a little bit more.
measures in response to NATO actions.
We're not done going down.
That's the
preference
joint
to
statement there.
our domestic producers, domestic manufacturers. As for some fundamental areas that are to do with the future of our economies, industries,
Almost there, a little bit more.
future of our countries, of course, we will be guided by their requirements of the new technological rules. And
I should have stayed in.
but again,
Oh, I forgot. I took off the chat. Where's the chat at?
certain Western
Sorry about that.
to our market may be beneficial, will be beneficial for them.
Yeah, I should have stayed in too.
So today, in some
I was waiting for one more quick pump before I got back in, and I missed it.
potential return of certain partners, and we've got mutual respect, and we are taking into account our mutual interests in those negotiations, but they are not public yet. President of Russia once said that we are happy to negotiate with Ukraine, but Ukrainians have to understand that we're coming back to negotiations after 3 years, and we have to take into account.
Those are up 100% right now. Well, they were up to like $2 almost. They were trading like 60 cents at one point, so maybe more than that. Almost 300%, I guess, maybe more.
Or thesis and apply it.
Putin says we are in
we
talks
can
about
apply
such
to
return.
the
So Putin
civil,
says return of Western companies
sector,
could be beneficial for
non-military
everyone.
aspect
We
of
are
our
in talks
life.
about such
We got a little bit more down to go here.
Into account the current situation, current facts on the ground in terms of the economy.
Tiny bit more.
Drawn out some lessons, and we have to look at what's actually happening. If you want to come back, let's see what's possible. If it is possible for them to come back, yes, we'll accept them, but we will take the best. Also, we need to understand that over the last 3 years, we've been under a very strong pressure, and we have mobilized, and we have done a lot. And for this reason, we are aiming to walk in our own direction, and we will only use what is of use to us. So we are not close.
Knife it.
We will accept you.
Watch out, though. We're sitting on S2 right now.
We will take only
I think we sliced through this a little bit more, but watch out for a big squeeze.
Russia first channel
We're getting close.
to President Putin.
No, I think we hit this and then we bounce. I think we hit this.
For the ceasefire.
I think we hit.
Information from the Americans. And then
I think we hit this right here.
is Russia and Minsk coordinating is Moscow coordinating its position with Minsk on this issue? As for readiness of Ukraine for the ceasefire, I'll tell you my estimation of this. But first of all, I would like to thank the President of United States for...
We're getting close. They're trying to bounce it off of S2
regulating the...
right now, too.
Of course, we all have lots of current issues to deal with. And the chairman of China and the Prime Minister of India, heads of states of Brazil and South Africa, they are dealing with this issue, and they're paying a lot of attention to this, and we're grateful for that.
Oh, Jesus.
And
I said mini bounce, but it was a bigger bounce.
Their activity, we understand that their activity is aimed at
that bounced hard.
Loss of human life in the conflict. Secondly, we agree with the proposals for the ceasefire, but
I'm sitting on S2 right now, so we're getting a reaction off of it. Here's S2.
Also seeing German short-end bonds lead gains. 2-year yield falling 5 basis points to about 2.17%. Putin says Putin says that this has to eliminate root causes of the conflict. So again, Putin says, we agree to stop fighting in Ukraine, but this should lead to long-standing peace. This has to eliminate root causes.
Whoa, look at that reaction there. Woo!
Ukrainian side under American pressure. In reality, I am completely convinced.
I guess there are buyers down here, huh, on S2?
Ask
Look at that.
ask Ukrainians.
Protect your trade from macro.
They're like, fuck you, no, you shall not pass at the moment.
Real-time
situation on
service.
the ground. And what is this?
Whoa! Jesus Christ!
Maybe you've seen that I went...
Wish I'd bought some calls.
And I listened to the report.
I closed my puts like right here.
Head of...
I didn't stay in for any of that down there. No, we're at a high right there. Fuck no.
Putin says situation in Kursk region is fully under Russian control.
The situation there is completely under our control. And the grouping...
God damn, look at that move. Oof.
And Ukrainian troops are in full isolation in Kursk.
Isolated. And is under fire control. The commandment of the military, Ukrainian military, is lost. The command is lost on that territory. A couple of weeks ago, Ukrainians...
Like I closed my puts like right here.
in small groups, but
I ran them down this whole way. And I was like, nah, I'd rather get the low and then take that trade right there. Don't fuck around with that. I thought I was going to get down a little bit more, too. I thought I'd get a little bit. I mean, we're close, dude. We're so close. Here's look at the bottom right-hand side screen.
Within the next few days, then
like we are fucking close. Look at it down there.
There will be two ways to...
There's one, there's two, there's three.
Surrender. And in these conditions, in this context, I think
no wick, though.
It would be great for
Putin says for Ukraine,
crap, squeeze.
30-day ceasefire in such circumstances. Just keep an eye on the oil market.
Now, we're looking for here is
a little bit of positive
However,
movement
there's a nuance.
on...
no. There's no pause. Shut up.
So what is happening?
No positive movement.
In Kursk?
We got the low here. Now we're trying to
Our
get on down there and do the next leg of this.
for 30 days. What does that mean?
Listen to this fucking guy. He's just shut his mouth.
Voice
All the
news
people that are
disconnected.
there, military people, Ukrainians.
Voice news
that are-
Hold on, let me turn this asshole off here.
Putin says that there are
Without
two
the
options for
fight,
Ukrainians in
we will
Kursk.
let them
We're not done going down. We got the low. Now we got to get the new low.
to surrender. So that's unclear. How are we going to resolve other issues? on the whole of the front line, and that's about 1,000 kilometers. And as you know,
Goddamn fucking news squawker talking.
and now on the offensive on all areas of the front, and they're creating the conditions
Yeah, we still need that wick down here.
where there will be
Putin says
blocking
if there is
or
a ceasefire,
surrounding
it's not clear
large
how the
formations
situation will develop
of
in
Ukraine.
Kursk and elsewhere.
So how are they going to use this 30 days? Are they going to use it in order
That move right there would have taken probably. I haven't looked at the moment, but that probably would have taken all my put money.
to those
Almost guarantee it.
in order to newly mobilize
I'd have been pissed.
to undergo training, or none of this is going to happen?
See if we can get a rejection here and try to get short again, but
How are we going to resolve the issues of
we got the low here at 41. I mean, are we going to get this next low down here?
How can we be guaranteed that none of this
Putin
is
says,
going to
why do they need
happen
30
in the
days of
future?
ceasefire? For
How are we going
mobilization
to
or
control
weapon
this?
supplies to
I
Ukraine?
think on the level
Yeah, listen to this. You guys should be listening to this right now.
There are a lot of questions about
Question.
ceasefire.
who is going to give orders to ceasefire, and what is the value of these orders? Can you imagine about 2,000 kilometers? Who is going to determine who
2,000 kilometers.
violated this agreement? That's an area of 2,000 kilometers. And then who is going to blame who? The violations of this agreement. All of these
Putin says, who will control the ceasefire? The front is
that need
2,000
to be
kilometers long.
thoroughly studied.
It's fucking massive. It's like the size of Mexico and Texas border.
The idea in itself is correct, and
Putin says, we need to talk to
but
the
there
US
are
on this.
questions that need to be
And the UK has already said they want to put troops in there. That they like basically the EU wants to put troops all over that fucking border.
Putin says the ceasefire
discuss this
itself is
with,
right and we
our
will support it.
American partners.
You're basically like looking at like an East and West Germany, right? Same shit from the 50s.
Maybe me and Trump
The
will have
idea in
will have to
itself
hold a phone call.
to-
Again, maybe me and
to
Trump will have to
stop
hold a
this
phone call.
conflict in a peaceful way. That's something that we support.
Fucking Cold War all over again.
Point your attention that President Putin has said more than
That's what it turns into. It turns into like World War II all over again. Yeah, you put your troops over there, we'll put our troops over here. Before you know it, they're building a fucking wall in the middle of the night. You got Trump Fence Company building our side.
the,
Four Seasons total fencing.
it's difficult to add anything, but I would like to say that we've
I shouldn't be making light of this right now because I know it sounds absurd, but it's definitely possible.
all agreements that are to do.
It's a reminder
with the
about 10 minutes
conflicts,
time. We're expected to
in Ukraine.
get the
We
Fed
have,
fourth
always
quarter
followed
flow of funds
and
report
complied
and
with the-
ECB
our
Holzman who's due to
agreements with
speak.
Russia, and we will continue to comply with these agreements.
Politico just reiterating what some of the other wise have said. US envoy
It
Witkoff is
wasn't
to meet
Russia or
with
Belarus
Putin Thursday night.
Who were
Well, it's such a like so there's a couple things here like
Energy transition in Vienna.
how do I explain this? Like
after the start of the conflict.
simply put, I gotta explain like there's a mountain range in the north and the south here.
Discuss details of settlement with Trump.
Let's not look for
Forget countries. Just think of it like mountains. Okay.
because
This is Ukraine.
you will have to be responsible for the war on the territory of Ukraine. And I said, look, remember that tomorrow
And there's like a gap here. I forget what it's called now, the name of the gap, but on top of my head. But
states will change, and where are you going to be? And it's like I saw the future.
so they're talking about putting like a guards basically here,
Important thing is that we are keeping
and they're like, we don't want fucking UN guards here. You know, you don't, because this is the way for the EU and
without
to invade Moscow, basically Russia. Russia wants to take Ukraine to close the gap, but they want to take a couple countries up here too. They kind of have countries over here. They're at least,
to
so if They want that gap closed here. They don't want 2,000 kilometers of open defense.
When he overtook, got elected, he had.
I mean, they would love to take Poland. They would like. I mean, even if they could take part of Germany, but just Poland is enough.
In his hands,
He
was,
and there's some other shit they want in the northern seas, but for port entries and stuff like that. But
he said,
in reality, the real danger, like they can't project force that they want to do with northern countries, but for a land invasion,
independence, you had your.
They want to close that gap,
You don't have your currency.
that mountain gap, and only have to defend it. Not at best case, but like worst case, they want to just defend a very area from a land invasion.
He did promise that he would stop the war. Why did he not fulfill his
They're talking shit about Trump right now.
election promises? As for our position, it is a unified position. We have met with journalists, and
I just want one more knife down.
talking about the future at the time when we had a meeting with journalists. And I said, if Russia and America agree on something, then it will be the end for Europe and for Ukraine. And we see that Europe is conducting itself in a very myopic way, not looking into the future. We know our interests, we know our goals, and we've discussed this with President Putin. We see that Zelensky was humiliated in the White House and everywhere else. He had to really think about sitting down and agreeing. You will see that nobody is going to help Ukraine. So at the beginning of the war, did the Americans ask anything about the minerals? No. But now they're talking about it. They never talked about it before. He will...
Here it comes.
Now. And they will take all of these minerals, and it doesn't matter if it's this president or the new president that comes, he will have to comply with these agreements. So let them think. So we are on the right side. I would like to add on the pipe for Europe. If Russia and America agree on something, indeed, if US and Russia agree to cooperate in the field of energy, then the gas pipeline to Europe can be provided, can be ensured. And this will be of use because they will then get cheap Russian gas. That's what I mean.
Putin says if the US and Russia agree on energy
Understood you.
cooperation, then gas pipeline for Europe
As
could be
for
provided.
the situation on the ground,
Also, if I'm away, well, less
it
than 5
is
minutes
changing
until we get
very
the
rapidly.
data from Fed
Yesterday, during
fourth
the
quarter flow and
report,
funds report, and ECB's
Commander
Holzman speaking.
The commander said that Suja would be in our hands tomorrow.
Putin saying
And
it'll
this
be
is what happened.
beneficial for
And I would
Europe
like
thanks
to
to cheap
thank
Russian
our
gas.
soldiers for
And the situation on the
achieving
Ukraine front
this
is fast
objective.
changing.
And I'm sure that all of
Do
the
you want to stay up to date
objectives,
with the latest and be on the
in
bleeding
this
edge of news for
Kursk
non-farm
incursion
payrolls?
area will be
Then sign
achieved,
up today and get our
just like all
special
the
offer of
objectives on
Financial
all
Use Pro
the
for a
front
year's
line.
worth of our service for the
So
price
we are
of 1
now
month.
taking
and save
over
92%.
all of these small villages that are surrounding Suja, one by one. And depending on the situation on the ground, we will agree our next
Putin says we'll agree
steps
next steps
on
on
how
conflict,
to stop
taking
this
into account
conflict.
developments on the front.
and also how to achieve acceptable terms for everyone. ONT channel, to continue this topic, possibly the negotiations on Ukraine is something
That's it right there, Uncle JBJ.
most of all in Belarus and everywhere else.
That's it right there, brother.
will the interests of Belarus be taken into account as the
That's it right there.
neighbor of Ukraine?
There's there's this one right. Yeah.
The wishes of Belarus in the negotiations. I don't quite understand your question, but I can just say
Or circle it. Hold on.
Interests of Republic of Belarus.
Well, hold on.
Relationships. Interests, whether we talk about our partners across the ocean or...
You got to look at it from the other perspective.
These interests are always taken into account. Within the framework of the Union State, we assume that we have a common concept and our bodies are cooperating very closely. We work on Eurozes, in Eurozes area, and we've got very deeply connected cooperation.
Surely expecting Freddie Mac data.
In real production. For this reason, we can't possibly not take into account the interests of Belarus, because any step that we are taking in any direction affects both us and Belarus. So taking Belarus into account is completely in line with the interests of the Russian Federation. I think that this question came up with the suggestion of our, those who fled abroad. They are saying that when Russia and America agree, they will not take into account Belarus interests. I'd like to say, first of all, I'm not trying to...
WTO says Canada initiates WTO dispute complaint regarding US steel and aluminum duties.
We have got somebody participating in there who is very well aware of our interests, and he is not going to concede our interests.
So less than a minute to go to expect to get the Fed fourth quarter flow of funds report
US,
and ECB's
Russia and Ukraine somehow damage the interests of Belarus. That is not true. It wasn't, I couldn't even understand the question. How can we not take into account the interests of Belarus? That would go against our own interests. But I hope I answered your question anyway. And a question from Russian journalists, which will conclude our press conference. RIA Novosti.
Freddie Mac 30-year fixed rate mortgage averaged 6.65% as of March 13th, and 15-year fixed rate mortgage averaged 5.8% as of March 13th.
28 programs that were developed, and the question is about the
mortgage rates in the US increased for the first time in 8 weeks, and US fourth quarter household net worth rises $163.6 billion.
You are happy with the pace of implementation of all these programs. All of these 28 programs have been completely implemented. Secondly, what we were planning for 24-26 is now complete, 26% complete. I'm personally happy with this.
It's like Uncle JBJ, like Berlin Wall is where those two lines are that I posted to you in the pro chat.
Very productive.
Like the Berlin is an open path, right? And then if you circle or if you turn right and down, you can go through Ukraine to circle around to get to Moscow. So they want that question mark is what they want to close off, right? They want that southwestern part of Ukraine. They want Kiev. And as a matter of fact, right now they're fighting. There's a lot of fighting going on for Kiev. If you here, I want to get this for you here. Poland asks the U.S. for nuclear weapons. Hold on here. Looks like it's over at this point. Yeah, let me show you guys something here. So if you guys don't understand any of this stuff, but so if watch my cursor right here, this was where the Berlin Wall was. And this is a topographical map. So this is where the Berlin Wall was. This very small gap to defend. But now it's open, of course. Poland is open. And southern Ukraine right here. The U.S. can come through here and swing around to Moscow. Right now, Russia's got this all tied up with Belarus. And they've got some friendliness in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania to an extent. They want to take Poland too. Russia wants to take Poland and make the gap smaller, right? But they'll settle for this right here. This southern portion they'll settle for now. But they don't want to defend this. They don't want to defend any of this either. This is mountainous too, I believe. But the truth be told, if you're an American, Russia wants to secure Kiev before we even get to a truce speak, before we even talk truce. They want to block all this right here. And then, of course, pincer around and take Poland. And then you've only got this gap right here. I forget what this gap is called. This is the gap that I'm speaking of. But, you know, this once they secure this, they can absorb all of this right here. And that's why Finland's scared. And you can become an offensive country if you secure all these, like the Black Sea. If you can secure all this, you can get out. That's why Denmark's scared. Why Sweden's scared, Norway, because once they take all this, they can absorb all this over here. So this is the first step right here. I want you to pay close attention to Kiev, if that's part of the negotiations, because this will be the first step in securing Moscow, but also the encroachment upon the West. So that was what a lot of that discussion was with Putin. Was basically we're not willing to go to the negotiating table unless we secure the goal of Kiev. If they can do that, then they don't mind if we arm up or they arm up. What they don't want to do is have a truce. From their perspective, they don't want to have a truce just yet. Like to make the argument that they have to put troops along the whole 2,000-kilometer border, but in truth, they need to just say, "We've got this. This is ours." It's like mini Berlin Wall, which they don't have just yet. Now they're encroaching, but they don't have it quite yet secure. And then you're talking about putting a bunch of UN troops across that whole fucking border right there.
Beijing next week to attend the China Development Forum, or CDF, high-profile annual event in Beijing that is attended.
I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back with you guys in like 5 minutes. I'm going to go potty. I'll be right back here.
CEOs. We have posted the article on the feed for you to read through as well. Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service. Yves von der Leyen says that the EU will defend its interests on tariffs. EU Trade Commissioner to have a call with US counterpart on Friday. Von der Leyen saying that we're open to negotiations with the US on tariffs. So Commission President von der Leyen speaking Cape Town. Probably is going to be a video. We'll find and put it on the feed for you. We have posted the video where von der Leyen is speaking live with Ramaphosa. Also, a reminder: in about 7 minutes' time, Trump is meeting with NATO Secretary General. So this was more or less the same event. But Trump participates in a meeting with Secretary General of NATO in the White House press pool at 12:35 in the cabinet room in the Oval Office, which will be a closed press.
That brings us to the end of this media engagement session. You may take leave of us, Your Excellencies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good as usual.
I don't know if this is ending right now or not. I think this just ended. Yeah, that just ended. Get rid of that. 2 o'clock, baby. Bring it on down to 2 p.m. Give me the low at 2 p.m. I got really wonky news coming around right now on my feed. XLF coming back down to close its gap. 47.43. There's a lot of rotation going on in tech right now. You can see Nvda is holding on steady today. No movement there. Tesla has to sweep its gap lower at 216.21. Meta is almost at a bottom. Keep an eye on that one for a turn higher. It's 5.8. It's trading 593. But if it can close its gap, its low is 592.57. But if it can close the gap at 588.17, it might be rotated into to turn up soon. There's some squeezing ability in here. We'll look to see if we can get more downside here into 2 p.m. Try to catch a bloodbath. A lot of rotation in tech right now. NVDA doesn't give a flying fuck what's going on. It's ready to rock and roll to the upside. This is all rotation stuff. I'm just looking at the I'm looking at like 20 different tickers right now. Just a bunch of rotation going on. Sweeping lows, rotating in and out of, or trying to get lows on a lot. Like a lot of these tickers can't turn up until they do certain things. Just middle of the day rotation. XLF almost done here, cleaning out its pre-market low. Nvidia ready to be rotated into right now. It's just holding. It's like resting bitch face. I'd look at Meta here too. Very like Meta's almost ready to like sweep low and then start cranking to the upside. I wonder if they hold this shit till tomorrow or to the close, the end of the day. Watch for a squeeze here. Meta turning around. Nvidia turning up. XLF barely, like leaving a little bit of gap behind. Could see a squeeze here for the next rip to the downside. HYG has closed its gap. Got a bigger gap lower, but take a breather. Dixie's still in pump mode. VIX 9-day still. VIX still moving to the upside right now. Looking to reverse here though soon. One and 5 minute trigger trying to turn up right now. Meta turning around in a big way. Nvidia looking good. XLF looking good right now. Meta, XLF, Nvidia. Just a note here, price is now above the 1 minute trigger. I think that's the first time since about 10 a.m. here, so watch out here for a squeeze. Baby reject. I've only got rejection for you. I'm gonna drag this shit out, aren't they? I fucking hate when they drag this shit out. Ugh. That needs to be down there. Don't mind this right here. I'm drawing this to see if we can get a rejection. I'd like to see like this stomp and then smash it down again. But it's pretty bullish here, so you can see it here. It's not, we're not there yet, but there's there's some bullish upside here, some cranky crank. Buyers stepping in here. No new low. The low is 552.03. They got 552.21. See if the bears can stop it here. Here, I'll draw on the other side of this. Hold on. I'll draw on the bull trade. I want to see it fail, to be honest with you. I want to see it fail right there. Come back down this way. But I don't think it's going to happen. Well, we have an auction coming up at 1. That could help. There's an auction coming up in here, so if you're a bear, don't I think we got a 10-year coming up, so maybe there's another opportunity in here to bloodbath this fucking thing. I think 1 p.m., right? We got a 10-year at 1. Nope, wait a minute. I might be wrong on this. A 30-year, isn't it? Yeah, 30-year at 1 p.m. That fucking thing looks, TLT looks bullish. Well, yeah, close that gap down there on TLT at $88. Would need to close the gap lower on TLT at 88. Trade 90.04 right now. Take a look at it. Oh, fuck. It's sitting on. There's a squeeze. There's a squeeze here. Well, at least on TLT there is. Like TLT came down to it's got a daily trigger. I should have, thank God I saw this shit. It's got its daily trigger coming up, and it's back testing its the cross of the daily. Daily is weak though right now. On TLT, the daily trigger is weak. Weekly still needs more down. I think the Bears are going to win this. We'll keep this one up. I think we do get to close that gap to the downside. We'll keep this one up for no. 1 minute trigger. If we get a bad auction, it's gonna fucking knife to the downside. Daily trigger's not holding shit up here. This is all squeezing. Like TLT needs to have a strong auction because all this is fake. Be careful out there if you are a bull or a bear, I guess. I wouldn't be caught one side or the other in here. Let the auction happen and then chase down or up. I wish I had bought some puts there. I'm over here blabbing about the auction. Yeah, same time, Luca. Like TLT looks bullish, but if there's a bad auction, it'll knife straight down. Wish I got puts there. New low. Bye-bye. Send it, baby. Send it all the way down. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Damn, I wish I had bought puts there. I wasn't paying attention. There we go. I'm back now. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't mean to turn the chat box off. If you are a bull, if you are a bull, now I don't know if they're gonna pump this up here. We get this like an auction pump, and this takes us time to get down here. But if they knife us down right away, if you just like buying calls and stuff, I'm either going to be looking to buy I'm either going to be looking to buy calls right here. So if we can get down here, I'm going to switch to becoming a call buyer. Or anywhere, I shouldn't do this one here. I guess I should, but I think by the time we get close to this, it's going to reverse, just like that squeeze you saw there. Probably lower now. I'd like to see this happen by 2 p.m. Here's 2 o'clock right here, I think, right? Where we at right there? So that's 1:44 in the afternoon. We can get down there. I don't know how we get down there, but if we can get down there, if you're a bull and you're looking for a huge upside trade, it's there. There's a giant trade down here to the upside. I don't know if they save it though until tomorrow. It would really suck if the auction's great, we're up here, and this bullshit has to wait until 10 a.m. tomorrow. It would really suck. I'm hoping it's just done. We're done today. Nothing ever seems to work out in the time that we want it, though, so we'll pay close attention to it. That'd be your 4 down. 1, 2, 3, but this didn't really hit. I'd like to see I'd like to see like something get 3 here. Like, I'd really like to see the tag and then wham. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're not technically doing it yet. It'd be a pain in the ass. Could be a lot of bullshit before we get out of here, so we'll wait. We got 8 minutes left until the auction. I don't know what's going on today. I've got like really weird like news problems today. And I have no idea why. My news is like this morning it was running fine, and then I reset it, and it's just not running anymore. It's like on and off again. I'm getting my news today. We don't need Canada's cars, energy, or lumber. Trump getting word things are going okay in Russia. Bizarre. What else? Barclays now sees 2 Fed rate cuts in 2025 versus 1 previously. Yeah, if you get them, there might be late year, but it's still a small chance that you're going to get a rate cut this year. I doubt it. You really need to see degradation. I think that's just more gambling.
Shutdown might lead to very, very high taxes.
Was that taxes? I missed that. Don't forget, we also have the spending bill volatility still too. So that could either mark a bottom, where they make a bit like you could see oh, we're hitting down here, and then the spending bill is approved. So paying close attention to the news as we hit these inflection points.
Cover 2.33 and a prior high yield of 4.748%.
I don't see anything from Jake Sherman.
Of 30-year bonds.
Two hours ago, Thune's saying he's fine with letting Dems get an amendment vote on 30 days. CR adds the balls in Dems court. This sounds like we're heading towards a government shutdown. They just want to crash everything, don't they?
Trump says Facebook is going to invest $60 billion by the end of the year.
What am I looking for here? Who are the members in this chat?
Trump says European Union is very nasty.
It was kind of eye-opening to see Putin, what he thinks of Trump. He's like, even I think he's fucking crazy. It was hilarious to listen to him say that shit.
Trump saying EU is taking billions from American businesses.
Trump saying a shutdown might lead to very, very high taxes. Facebook is going to invest $60 billion by year end. A government shutdown could delay the tax bill. I don't have any live feed from Trump right now. Dude, he spews so much, like a fire hose of just... Let me see if I can find it right now.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of...
I don't think this is... Hold on here.
2%.
Nope, that's not Trump. I don't see... There's some... He's speaking, but...
To get the one issued for the 30-year bond.
Nope. I got nothing for a live feed on him. I don't know if I don't see it on his Truth Social. Maybe I'm wrong.
Trump says, I inherited the egg price problems. Treasury will issue 30-year yield 4.612% for the $22 billion auction.
I'm going to remove this one here so you can see the action. Gonna get back inside to trade the trigger.
Bid cover of 2.37, 2.37, and high yield.
Hanging out in the Pro Trader chat today. Jill's a super OG. Come on, just fucking slice it to the downside. I want to warn you, even if this shit is going to be good, we normally get like even if it's a good auction, you normally get sliced down, then up. Give me the fucking slice to the downside. These fucking auctions are always negative. Fucking bear's wet dream. Slice that shit down. I got to get some calls ready. I missed that fucking thing up here, so I guess I'm hoping for fucking doom and gloom, bloodbath, and then higher.
Trump on Greenland says, I think it'll happen. US 30-year yields pair earlier drops after the auction.
The auction already happened? Treasury 30-year yield 4.612 before.
That's Trump saying, I think the annexation of Greenland will...
They keep talking about Trump, all this fucking auctions going on. I'm missing all this. 30-year bond auction high was 4.623. No forecast. The previous was 4.748. Actual 2.370. No forecast. Previous was 2. Mixed bag. Not good. Trump, I inherited egg. Why does he have to say that? Why can't he just fucking say? Why can't he just fucking say that the eggs? Why is it I inherited? Why not just say separate that from inflation? That would help him out. I get what he's doing. It's stumping. I understand what he's trying to do. You never want to be assigned inflation as a president ever. True or not, doesn't matter. Come on, just fucking blood it. Shank that shit. Give me the old whipper. Give me the whipsaw. Oh, I'm so poor down here. I want a bus. Give me a kind of another sausage. Please, sir. May I have another? Please, sir. Get my hands out down here. Give me another sausage down here. Please, sir.
Trump says we're going to have to make a deal on Greenland.
You're not going to have to make a deal. Oh, God. I got to go 4 years of this shit. I can't do it. I don't know if I'm going to make it.
Trump says we've been dealing with Denmark and...
How does this fucking... I talk a lot. I stay on topic. This motherfucker is all over the place. It's like... I think I say crazy shit. You're out of your fucking minds out there. Like, never ending fucking... Dude, I don't know if I can make it. I had friends. I have a lot of friends that are Trump supporters. A lot of friends that are MAGA, through and through. Even those guys were tired of Trump in Trump won. I had friends that were. I remember when he lost the re-election. I had friends that were like telling me privately, even I needed a fucking break from him. It's like, all right. You had enough? 4 years is enough for you right now? He's like, yeah, I'll take a break. I'll take a fucking break. And they did. They took a break and they came back and voted for him again. Twice. Fucking small doses, I guess. Now I'm kind of wishing we just had the full 8. Fucking, you would have been a lame duck in 2 years. Fucking DNC. Oh, God. Fucking DNC. Oh, the bane of my existence. I think I have more of a problem with the DNC than I do even Trump. Seriously. I think I have more of a problem with my own party. We need a revolt in the DNC. Fuck protests in the whole country. We need to protest the fucking party. We need to fucking run some of our own candidates. The new Democrat Party. I'm fucking serious. I digress. Fucking snatch that power out of these fat fucking rich people's hands. Just fucking rip it right from them. Run a whole host of candidates. Fucking literally sweep every Democrat, every fucking DNC member out of the fucking House and the Senate. The midterms would be beautiful. Oh man, I would suck my own self off. Yeah. I don't even say status quo. It's just like, I think you know what it is. No fucking spine. Not only that, they're, there's a little bit of like, oh, we got a bad guy that can do it for us. It's all greed and power too. It's like it doesn't know any bounds. Doesn't know any party. In my view, at least. There's so much fucking greed today and power grabbing, and it's so disgusting. It's fucking filthy. It really is. I'll stop talking. I'll stop talking about that shit. Get over it. Get happy again. Somebody get me a happy pill. Come on, plunge it. Someone get drill team 6. I didn't get the puts up here, so now I want to buy the calls down here. I'm making a lot of fucking money. Pretty fucking happy right now. I got burned this morning. I got out at 70 cents. I paid $1.05 for 10 calls to close yesterday. But I didn't take quite a bath. I only bought 10 of them yesterday. I was going to buy 100 of them. I was like, fuck no. The options are like priced perfectly. I'm like, we're going to wake up tomorrow and we're going to be fucking sideways. Oh.
US stocks extend full with the Nasdaq down 2%.
Still cranking them. Still up in my week too. Up. Let me go check right now. And not only am I up in the fucking week pretty big, I'm up really nicely this week, but I got fucked the other day. I got money back for that, but I got fucked on 2 trades. I did one, and I was like, wait a minute, that didn't fill at the price, the limit price that I asked, and then I ran it a second time, and it was like a glitch in the brokerage, and it just kept like it would show the limit price, and then it would like fucking slam me for 10, 20 cents. I'm like, I can't trade that. I'm not trading fucking 20 cents to get back to even on a 0-date directional trade. Fuck you, no. It's like, get out of my face.
Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
I couldn't tell if it was like normally you get slippage in futures, but I'm sure it was order flow bullshittery. Had to be. And they always like tell you, no, I don't see anything on my end. I'm like, yeah. Then I start screaming. I was like, you want me to fucking record it? I'll do it again for you right now. Well, I said I'll do it again and then I'll post it on socials. I was like, I'll post the fucking video. I was pretty mad. Come on down, baby. Come on down. Just give me some doom. Any kind of doom. We gotta get ready for this. Where are we gonna go here? We could go 60. We could possibly hit 60 today. We could fucking super crank this. Don't get too greedy, Cappy. Look at this right here. That's what I don't want to see there. Bring that back up.
Shortly expecting results from the Fed reverse repo facility. Trump on shutdown negotiations says, if they need me, I'm available. $29 counterparties take $113.435 billion at the Fed's reverse repo operation. So a UAE official is to press the US on its ability to buy more Nvda AI chips.
Joe for a squeeze here. Not a big one, small one. Free falling now, I'm free falling. Calls. Coming into 550, we're close. Watch out for 550 buy flows.
In 10 minutes' time now at the bottom of the hour, we are expecting comments from both ECB's Villeroy and ECB's Nagel. Both of them joining a panel discussion on Europe's economy. Trump says, I still have a good relationship with the North Korean leader. And Trump's remarks with NATO Secretary General Rutte have now ended.
We're getting pretty close. There's a bunch of fucking 1 date, 2 date puts at 55.00. They're all going in the money. Watch out for the monetization of puts. Just one strike away right now.
So in 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, we are expecting comments from ECB Governing Council members Villeroy and Nagel participating in a joint discussion on Europe's economy.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special
We're so close. We're so close. We're so close.
1 month and save 92%.
$144 right here. I'm gonna move this over. Give me this little fucking like right there. Bam. I think it's that deep, is it? Right there. That's where safety is, right there. Oh, God damn. I gotta move it over. Fucking. $30. Come on.
So we're shortly expecting comments from ECB's Villeroy and ECB's Nagel.
Trump, we still have a good relationship with North Korean leader. We're so close to a squeeze, not even funny. We're at like a squeeze risk right now. Just heads up here. Democrats are digging in here. Deadline in 35 hours. I think what Trump is saying, that reconciliation will be impacted by a shutdown. I don't think, dude, he could cause a fucking crash, man. I'm telling you, this fucking guy, like, I don't want to say that, but Trump could cause a crash. I'm not joking. Just by sentiment. Almost there. 1:44 in the afternoon, whenever the fuck that is, right? Here. I moved it over here, but I'd really like to see it right now. I'm giving myself some extra time here, but there's some squeeze risk in here. Target's right here. We are close. Be careful here. Meta's coming back down to trade its gap again. Watch out for a plunge and then a turn around. Watch out for the drop. It's coming. Like right there. I'm giving myself some extra time, but somewhere in there. Right here. Almost there. Give me a big fucking red bar, dude. Just send it. Bam. 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 That'd be dope, wouldn't it? I don't think it happens like that, but hold on. Beep it. Almost. This might be it here. Oh, 46. Right there. Come on. You can do it. Starting to break through 550. Gotta look to see where the trade is too. It's all the way the fuck back up here. It's 60. It's way up here. We're so fucking close. Be very careful if you're in puts or whatever or short. Just note, I just need to warn you that like from here to 650 or 560 is the trade. Either right here or plunge and then up to 560. Come on, plunge straight down. Just fucking give me like three. We got 4 minutes. Just give me fucking four red bars. 4 big red bars. I know. Just give me 4. Just want 4 big red bars. Plunge it. I swear to God, I'll take a break if this doesn't happen in the next 3 minutes. I'm not going to stand around here and watch this shit. Trying to turn it up again. You see him? Watch that fucking that 1 minute trigger's trying to turn up again. Don't fucking save it. Just do it. We'll have to suffer through the whole fucking day. Oh, this is going to suck. Oh. 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 Do it. Keep on coming down. Keep on coming down. Coming down. Pound it down to home. Ah. I was hoping you get it done like right now at this, like, get it done right here. They're not going to do it. I'm going to have to fucking suffer. Oh. So lame. All right, we got 2:00 and we've got 3 fucking 4 o'clock. I know we're gonna have to wait. Make us fucking suffer. That blows. Not to mention the last time we were down here, they fucking all the way up, all the way up. What am I looking for? So lame. Holy shit, you guys. Stop buying call. You guys got to stop buying. You guys have been buying calls since fucking this morning. You just stopped buying calls just now. Pro Trader Pit. What are you guys doing in here? Oh. Who's the other guy? I let Chase out of jail yesterday, and I let out who's the other guy? Let somebody else out of jail. Yeah, I let Chase out of jail yesterday. I gave some. There was some other guys I wanted to give some. There were two or three guys I wanted to give another chance, right? Like not just a reprieve. They did their time, but there's some like permanent bans. They have to go through the motions of permanent bans. You know what I mean? So they get like banned different lengths of time, go in jail, and then if you see anything fuckery, talking monkey, fucking permanent ban. That's it, done forever. Turning around now, SPX turning around. They had their shot. They didn't get it. We're gonna fuck around now. I know that's true too, Doug. Right? 100%. 100%. Chase less so than Chase is harmless. He just clogs the chat. He just slows down his chatting. He's fine. And then just Jimmy, I can't have him disparaging people. So Jimmy gets one more chance. I'll give anybody one or two chances. Yeah, toxic chatter is, you got to keep the chat like, I don't want you picking on people because of their color, creed, culture, I don't know, race, fucking 6 toes. I don't care what they have. Every motherfucker in here has got something in their fucking closet. So, I don't care who you are. Picking on people because of who they are. Fucking born with something. Get fucked. Like, seriously. We're here to make money. Exactly. We're here to make money. So, if anyone steps out of line, you know how it goes. Timeout, 3-day ban, month ban, 3-month ban, and then perma or something like that, depending upon how outrageous it is. And I realize people need to cool down. I do too. I have to cool down sometimes. I've turned the stream off and walked away in the past. I get it. I've been there. I think we're all human in that context. Yeah, what happens to all of us. I like initially I'm like, fucking they banned me or timed me out. And I'm all angry. And then like 3 days later, I'm like, yeah, I get it. I got banned from Reddit recently for 3 days. They said that I had made threats. Ready for this? They said I made threats against a protected group of people. And do you know what I caught the ban for? I caught the ban because there were some people chatting or something, and they were like apologists for the Democrats, for DNC. And I was like, that fucking guy right there will be the first guy he'll be the guy putting us in the ovens. So I got banned for that. And I was like, wait a minute. I was like, did I make disparaging marks against the putting in the oven part, or is it this guy, or where exactly? I even asked for clarification. I was angry. 3 days later, I was like, yeah, whatever. And I'd actually stayed off Reddit for a few days. It was great. It happens to all of us. Shit happens to people. I get it. I get it. I understand. Just can't be habitual about it, or leave it at the door. Hang up your fucking hat, go to work. You can't walk into work and say that shit. Maybe, I guess there are some places you can work and say that shit, but you say that shit in the wrong place, you're gonna get your ass whooped. Say that shit in public. I'm tell you what. We'll give you a lesson. I'm gonna give you a serious lesson. And I don't know how many of you understand what African Americans have been through in this country. Especially as an American. Especially if you've got privilege like me, white, middle-class male. I live in a place where I moved to a place where I'm not the majority, and I get to learn about the ingrained culture of being repressed, being an African American in this country. And I want to give you an example. Nazis can march in every one of the fucking towns most of you live in with no problem. Well, those fucking Nazis tried to go and march down the wrong side of town in Ohio.
Kremlin.
Those fucking African Americans in Ohio whipped out automatic weapons with their hands on the fucking trigger. And they weren't having shit to do with that shit. Because they fucking know your rights end at the moment that someone says, fuck you, no. And none of those guys got in trouble, did they? Those cops didn't arrest any of those African Americans standing around there in Ohio. And they fucking knew better. You know what I'm saying? So, you try talking some of the shit I see or hear in the wrong place, you're going to get a fucking fist down your fucking throat or a foot in your face. You know what I mean? So, like, on the internet, everybody's a badass. And then you do that shit in the wrong place, you're going to get a fucking boot right down. Like, there are some people that have no problemo.
Former American general is too close to Ukraine.
Removing your rights at a moment's notice without a blink of an eye. For good reason. They know better. You want to see a real American man that knows exactly what's up and has had their rights taken away from them, has been through really tough times in their generationally. They ain't having none of that shit. You try to march Nazis through Detroit, I want to fucking see it. I want to fucking see it. That shit ain't happening. Ain't happening. You come in the wrong neighborhood in Detroit, they will fucking strip you naked.
Ukraine's president, Sir Chief,
beat your ass.
never agreed to a frozen.
I'm serious. Be lucky if you made it out alive. I'm dead serious. Dead serious. And that's for a whole litany of things. Like even here in Detroit, like a lot of my friends, they're like the police shouldn't even get involved in certain things. They police their own because they can't trust police. Police don't ever like try to solve a goddamn murder like they do for white people and shit. I'm serious, real shit. So they got their own fucking police, their own justice. You know, they have to. They're like forced into it, even their own community. When I saw that shit, when I saw that video of Ohio, I was like, those boys in the wrong side of town. They're like, they shouldn't have like guards in the street and checking people. And who are you? Do you own this? They were like, oh, you should be checking people if they actually own that land or that house, that apartment or whatever. I'm like, oh no, I live in a place where they'll do that. I live in a neighborhood, right? If you go through Detroit, it's not as bad as it once was, but if you go through Detroit when it was really bad, there were neighborhoods that never burned down, never, the housing stayed beautiful, like whole blocks. Like cops were burning out trap houses back in the day in this city. Like drug dealers would set up shop. They would sit in like second, third floors. My friends tell me this. I wasn't here. They would like deal the drugs out the windows and stuff. And they were all armed and shit. So the police would come on Halloween and burn these fucking people out. And there was like all kinds of bad shit in Detroit. But there are whole neighborhoods here that are multi-generational. Nothing happened on their fucking street. And no police officer saved that street. No community program. No fucking person from the fucking city government. That was people that lived good lives. They never succumbed to any of the bullshit. And I'm telling you what, you go on those streets, I like where I live, on the fucking street I live on, I know every single neighbor. Every single one of them. I know the neighbors, their parents, their kids, the grandparents. I know everybody. And they all know me. Like, who are you? All that kind of shit. Are you a good guy or a bad guy, you know? And I'll tell you what, you bring that shit to like my neighborhood, you'll be dead. They will get you. Sorry, but you know. Anyways, that's more in relation to like internet tough guy shit. Leave that shit at the door. Wrong place. Squeezing us up right now, 2 p.m. They tried to get that low. They couldn't get it. They're going to try again, though. They're not done trying, so a little bit of squeezy, turning up right now. But you get what I'm saying, right? Just leave that shit at the door. Save it for, like, Truth Social, or save it for, I don't know, Twitter or 4chan or, I don't know, Yahoo message boards, whatever the fuck it is you want to save it for.
Russia and European officials see U.S.
Got no time for it. We're here to make money. Yeah, Dairy Doug had his teeth worked on today. He was all messed up. Turn around again. They're going to take another stab at it, though. They're not done. Well, they could be done. It's possible they're done, but I don't think so. I think they're going to try to blast this shit down in the close again. And if not, they could do it into Friday, too. It's possible. We got flows coming in the 14th, though, so I would hope that they would get it done into this bell. We got a bunch of flows coming in tomorrow, like positive flows into the market. I wouldn't be caught. I'm going to give you a warning here. I would not be, personally, like they're going to try to slam the market with inflows into it in the morning. They're going to do it at the end of the day, too. Whole bunch of flows coming into the market tomorrow, or expected at least. I'll just word it as expected.
President's chief of staff said, we agreed with the US that European representatives will definitely take part in the peace process.
The mind of the left. I don't know. I'm the left. I served my country. I don't know. I think they said 60% of the military, sir, are voted for Trump. That's a pretty low figure, wouldn't you think, for the military serving your country? You expect it to be higher, wouldn't you? Means 40% didn't. That's a lot. Or you would expect to be the most conservative. Inflows. You'll have to check prior briefs. I've got a chart that here, I'll post it again. Hold on. I got you, brother. Yeah, let me just warn you guys of something here, okay? I know that you guys aren't all here all the time. I have to understand that. Just beware. I'm just gonna give you one warning. Well, this will be the last warning, okay? This is the last warning for you.
The Postal Service says it plans to reduce workforce by 10,000 employees in the next 30 days through voluntary early retirement.
Voice news disconnected.
I just want you to be aware that this is March 14th. Okay, see that? You see that right there? You see that right there? That is fucking giant. And that's the 14th, the 15th, the 16th, the 17th, the 18th. Just like to the 18th. Flow. Just be aware. Just like the big red line. Told you again, okay? Be really, really afraid. Squeezing higher now. A market is at risk of squeezing the closer we get to the 14th. Just bye. Bye. Sign up and you'll find out. If you sign up for the service, cheap. I can't spend all my time teaching you guys that stuff here. We post and talk about it in the Discord. We post and talk about it in briefs. I spend too many hours. It's like I work 12 hours to 16 hours a day. I'm not kidding. And we have a bunch of people on staff doing the same thing. I can't do it here free in a stream for you. It costs too much money, too much time, too much manpower, woman power. You get it simplified here in a free stream. Be careful. Just looking, just short, bearish. Be careful, especially at the opens and closes when those flows come in. Hold on a second. I'll talk to you guys in the pro chat. Hold on. What we're looking for here. Squeezing higher now. Look for the trade to 5,500 up here. It's right up here. We'll come back to this. You guys know where it's going anyways, so it doesn't matter. It's in the brief. So last night I drew this out for you in the brief. If you read the brief last night, this whole move down, it's in the brief. A nice little pull up right here. Note, watch out. There's some, I don't know if this is true or not, but just be careful here. Supposedly there is a ceasefire deal. No, this is unconfirmed, but there's an agreement for a ceasefire deal being pushed around on Twitter. There's no confirmation yet. I know Julie Wade. Just be careful here. I'm not sure. I don't see anything here on public. Hold on a second. I'll look.
NYMEX natural gas April futures settle at $4.11. Gasoline April futures at $2.13.
But first of
Diesel
all,
April
I would
futures
like
$2.16.
to
And
thank the
double.
Voice news
President
disconnected.
of United States for paying so much attention to regulating the conflict in Ukraine. Of course, we all
I don't know if this is true. I don't think so. I listened to this earlier.
issues to deal with.
I don't. Hold on a second. I gotta post this on Twitter. Just a warning to you. I listened to the entire Lushenko. So this news broke 2 hours ago. I listened to the entire presser. Yeah, I want to tell you guys something. Okay, so a few things here. So we're going up, but not because of a ceasefire deal, in my view. Now, like libs of TikTok and Sky News is trying to push that there's a ceasefire. There is not. I want you to know that there is no ceasefire. Putin himself said that. Now this could get carried away and push market higher, but it's not ceasefire. I listened to it closely. And there were a lot of details that are not agreed upon. I don't care where this market goes right now. I got to tell you guys, we won't be 100% with you right now. There is no ceasefire deal. And Putin said there were some, like, a bunch of stuff they would have to work out. He's like, I'm going to talk to Trump and all that kind of stuff. Now, there are people reporting this as a done deal, and there are people using weird verbiage with it. I would take it as like a temporary, it's like more fire hose of bullshit stuff. Ceasefire deal. Don't be like, yeah, this is it might become one, but I listened to that whole presser and there was no, we agreed to a ceasefire, with the US, the EU, nor, Ukraine. And it didn't sound like there would be an agreement, in my view. But this squeezing has nothing to do with that. This squeezing has to do with. Let me show you what the squeezing has to do with. So just calm down here for a minute. I'll show you guys something. Yeah, it's not real. I'm telling you, it's not real. It's a step in the right direction. I'll give it that at best. At best. A lot of what they were saying they wanted, there's no fucking way anyone's agreeing to that stuff. It's kind of like it hasn't hit the wire. Well, it's hit the wire, but not in the way that you think it has. We'd be vertical if that was the case. Briefly. So just a note to you: if you see people, I see the people. I see the Sky News. So they're leaving a lot of information out. Like here, this is Sky News. They're saying this was 2 hours ago. Breaking. We agree with the proposals for the ceasefire. Vladimir Putin, though, says he agrees with the proposal ceasefire, but adds he has questions and Russia is now on the offensive in all areas. He had lots more to say. I listened to it for an hour, and there's no agreement for a ceasefire. Please believe me on that. I realize it's making the rounds right now on Twitter. And that's not why we're going up. So just a word of wise, or you get what I'm saying. And if you want to know what's going on, I'll tell you what's happening here. Give me a second here, and I'll show you guys what's going on. So I'll talk about it publicly. I was talking about it in the Discord, but I'll talk to you guys about it. So. Now, this can change. So this is a 2-day SPX Net Gamma 2-day puts. Okay. You can get this information on our Discord too. When you do like the net flows, you can pick 2 days, and you can check all the flows for a day or 2 or 3 or 5 days. You can check Gamma too. We have a Gamma bot that you can check the same stuff. In our Discord. So basically, this is 5,500. So we've traded below this number. Okay, and we're coming back into it right now. All these puts are being monetized between today and tomorrow. If you get market flows into the market, that can boost us to the upside. Make sense? On the 14th? Now, there's still a problem here. We have the potential of a shutdown. So if these puts get rolled, let's say 2 days, I don't know, down to 5,200, big bar, tomorrow or Monday, we could start trading down here. Those flows would be nixed, and we could go lower. Now that hasn't happened yet, so you can't like we're not at the point where we're not at the point, and here's 5550 right here. Okay, so there's 5500, here's 5520, here's 5550. So. The example would be this. You should expect us to trade in here. Sorry, hold on. Expect us to trade in here, but not unless we break out. Let me bring this back. Can we actually go higher? Are we free to go higher? We could easily just stay in here until flows come in to buy the market to go up. And if anything happens, like we don't, let's say we're bouncing around here today and tomorrow as this stuff gets monetized, right in here. Let's say Schumer comes out and says no deal, and market participants roll their hedging or this 2-day hedging down here. Let's say they roll it lower. It could force us to the downside, squeeze, and then force us to the downside. So it's very dynamic. I would say that it's very dynamic right now. So, as a matter of fact, right where we are, be careful of a pullback right here. So it's not a I want to say it's dynamic or fluid. The thesis here would be we're stabilized into today, tomorrow, awaiting flows to take us higher, and for these puts to be monetized. Now they could scare you into buying these puts as well. They could they come back down again. Right? They scare you. You buy the puts, and then dealers are selling you puts, and then there's a resolution with the budget, and we crank out of here. It's very dynamic. So, what would I say to that? Let's say play it by ear. Yeah. So the idea is they'll maybe scare you one more day. It's possible they could scare you even into tomorrow, like into the close tomorrow. So you could get like one or two more fear, like. So we got expected flows, right? This is 1600. Remember, they want to sell you these puts if we're leaving. They want to leave these in retailers' hands. So, you could easily bounce around in here, right? And then they like tell you tomorrow, oh, there's no deal, right? In the morning. And we actually tag that 5,500, slice through it. Then all of a sudden there's a deal. And there's flows coming into the market, and there's flows at the end of the day coming into the market, and we're escaping. Now, if there's no deal and they're buying these puts, there's no deal in a day or something like that, we could go down to the depths of hell. So, it's a very fluid situation. Now, if you want to know the rest of it, we've satisfied all of Elliott Wave downside moves. We've satisfied it to within I don't know, $1.50, $2.50. That should be bottom, or we would return down there one more time for bottom on an intraday basis, not on a daily candle basis, but I would warn you. I still have to preface to you that that was likely bottom, or 48 is likely the bottom. But we still haven't escaped, and we still haven't escaped. Especially shutdown. Shutdown's a real threat. So, if it panicking people, never good. So that should be bottom right here. Well, it didn't do it for what I wanted it to do. I wanted it to hit 48 for us to move higher. I wanted a nice little fucking slice down.
Down $1.07.
Panic all of you, make you all buy puts, and then have good news come out and they leave you holding the bag. That's my preference. So, but that hasn't happened yet. So,
do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer.
I spent about Mr. Drenolds.
92%.
I spent time on this yesterday on this whole topic. Let's look at it together. We'll do it again. We'll do it together as a group. Hold on here. So I have videos on the website that describe this stuff to you guys. That explain this stuff better to you in a video format. But we'll do it together again today. We did it yesterday. I don't mind doing this every day. If this helps you guys as a trader, as a retail trader, so be it. I have no problems with it. So let's remove all this stuff here and let's talk about it. So let's say this is bottom. Let's look at the market and see if it is. So there's a few things here, we're trading a 1 minute trigger here, right? So you get a candle on there. Nope. So you get a day, right? Here is the candle for one day. Does that make sense? A lot can happen in that candle, right? Down here, up here. There's a lot going on in one candle, right? Then there's wicks in a candle on a daily basis. You'll hear David AMS say that this is where the damage is done. What's fascinating about stuff like this is you never look back on this stuff. Like when you go to like a daily basis, the brain tends to forget. Like, I want you to look at just this down move, all this move right here. You'll never remember this candle or that candle on a daily basis. You'll just remember that we went up again. That's it. You won't even think about this stuff, this bottoming process. You never think about it. And like, how many of you think about anything from August other than we bottomed and left? None of you think about the gap down here, the gap down here, the candle here, or the candle up here, and you can see the wick here. Big up candle, then big down candle same day. You know, bam, bam, bam to move up and out of here, right? No one ever thinks about that stuff. But when you're in like a 1 minute chart or you're in like the bottoming of a week or something like that, everyone's like wrapped up in it in their brains and their emotions and all that kind of stuff. You'll never think about any of this. None of that will be on your brain, or not all of that, but none of this will be on your brain if we go higher. So let's talk about some stuff. Let's talk about this stuff here. So let's go back to, we've talked about this yesterday. We'll talk about it again today. And can remove, yeah, we got all the drawings are gone. We've got this big monthly candle here, right? Big giant candle, right? We talk about a candle and then a wick. So today is what?
Reporter on X that Senate Minority Leader Schumer is expected to make.
What is today? Today is March 13th.
After another long,
right? So on a monthly basis,
it doesn't necessarily.
I want to show you this. Look at this candle right here.
Right now, per one senator, but nothing is final.
This is August. This is the August candle, the full candle. Right here. You're only looking at that candle right there, though, aren't you? You're not watching this down here, are you? That's 1 month. Imagine the fact that we came up into this month here. We went all the way down here, and then all the way up here in 1 month. That's fucking brutal, right? Look at that. Wham, wham. So I want you to think about that candle right here. This candle could end March looking like this. We could end March at 4 p.m. We literally at 4 p.m. March 31st. This candle. Oh, sorry. This candle right here could look like this. No, something like that. I shit you not. Look like that. You know how brutal that looks, right? Oh, we're smashing down in here. Yesterday, this candle wasn't filled, was it? This red was higher, right? It was like right up in here. It was right up in here. It's like pumping up and down. So we're sitting on this big gray bar here, aren't we? Now, we've got right there. Nope. Okay. Nope. Put it over there for now. We got a weekly over here too. Now we've got this candle down here. This bar, you see this bar down here? This is 530. So if we get some news, let's say that we don't have a deal, first we need to sell puts to people, right? Dealers aren't going to bag hold those. They got to leave them to somebody. And if we panic with no debt deal and roll put hedges down here, we either need bag holders or we need a fake out to go higher or resolution to the debt ceiling, all that kind of stuff, or we could easily go down even deeper, right? And there are powers that be that want to see us down here. So let's say you're a liquidity provider to the market, and you're like, hey man, I need $1 billion to sell puts to suckers down here, right? Okay, we're going high, we promise, right? So you're gonna make it look ugly, make it look terrible, make people fearful, all that kind of stuff, so that we can go higher. Anyways, that doesn't matter right now. What matters is this. I already discussed this kind of already to an extent here. So we did satisfy our 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And we did it again on a smaller on an hourly basis. We did it again today, kind of. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So we've kind of satisfied what we needed to do here. So, I still think we could get out a little bit more personally, but I want that pain trade. I want like the fear before we turn higher. I want that. We didn't hit 48, so I'm a little close. We're at 549.65 is pretty fucking close. There's weekly right there. There's another weekly up here. This just formed, by the way. I meant to tell you guys this earlier today, but I didn't. This just formed. This is bad. This is implying we're going to crash. We still haven't closed it yet, but it is implying that we're going to have a bigger correction. You'll get this in a brief from me tonight or over the weekend. Weekly. That's really bad, by the way. On a daily basis, we still have 2 days left, too. This could clear up, but we've got 2 days left. We got the week to close still. These things are forming right now. The door is shutting right now. You can see it with the daily and the weekly trigger. Hasn't closed yet, but it is. We're going to know more today and tomorrow. We'll know today and tomorrow if this closes on the doors being shut this week on bulls. But it's not closed yet. So let me look at 4 hour. Look at how close that is. Woo! Just today and tomorrow left. That's it. That's it. Like we need to squeeze in a major way. 4 hour. Is that everything? Yeah, when we're here. Therefore. Pain, baby. Pain is on. Look at how close that is right there. Hasn't crossed yet. Look at it. Look at that daily trigger, how close it is. We're going to find out in the close today. I got to pee really bad. $3. 1,500. So this is expectations from here. Trade 560 above that 1 hour. Now, there's some more we have to talk about here, which is important. And that's this right here. This downtrend right here is important. As we attempt to squeeze here today and tomorrow, right? We're attempting to squeeze into Friday, right? To get above, right? And not allow a bearish close on the daily and weekly trigger, right? Squeeze up here. Begin squeezing our tits off, actually. If we fail to do that, let's say we fail to continue higher, right? We fail this in the weekend. There will be panic, and you'll see massive hedging into the weekend for a crash due to the closure of the government. Now, we're not there yet. We need to see where we close today, and we also need to see where we close tomorrow around 4 p.m. And the market likes to do this pain trade, like pain, as far deep as we can get it. Now, if we get that, we get a government closure into next week, we will trade this right here. We'll squeeze up, grab some liquidity, and watch that trend right there. We will blast the fuck down into next week. And I mean blast. There'll be no like pinned into OPEX, that kind of stuff. If you create panic, but we haven't done that yet though. So don't take that trade yet. The trade's not worth taking, and especially not where we are. It's the worst place that you could take that trade. If you're going to take the panic trade, it would be up here somewhere. But my suspicion here from daily velo, weekly velo, is that we're just going to start squeezing balls. And you guys have gotten briefs on this already. And I've shown you how we can move. We can literally move vertical. Like, I mean, fucking vertical. Right there. And then we can slam straight up. So just be careful with, we can't go that high that fast. It can be dizzying how high we can move and how fast we can actually move. So at any rate, for the rest of today, for expectations, the move is higher. It shouldn't be direct like that. It should be like, you're going to come up and hit that one right there. Hit that one right there. Something like that. But you get the gist. On an hourly basis, there's more candles in here than ups and down, ups and down. Just like the body of a candle, we're going that way right there. And the good news is tomorrow morning, you have flows coming in, and you have flows coming in right here. You've got force buying into the close, or not today, but the open tomorrow morning. You got force buying into the close tomorrow to boost us and just rocket ship us up. Make sense? 301. So you've got expectations. You know where we're going. Up here. It's even higher.
Treasury Secretary Bessent spoke with the EU Commissioner about the Trump economic agenda.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
And we're slicing right through 55 right now. And you should be waking up with major flows coming in tomorrow morning too. Yeah, they got a fair people though. I think I don't think they did some fear today. Bessent laid some fear out there today, earlier today. If you want to follow somebody, follow Jake Sherman. He's a political wonk that talks a lot of inside stuff. So go on, follow him on Twitter. He gives you live updates that Bloomberg terminals use. I'd like to see a little bit more doom myself, personally. I want to see everybody scared fucking shitless, to be honest. If you're looking for a place to buy the dip, it's right here. Sorry.
US Treasury spokesperson confirms expiration of the license allowing energy transactions with Russian financial institutions, including Russia's central bank.
And there's one other note here, too. There's something else here, too. And I meant to bring this up in the brief last night, and I failed to do it. I forgot. So I apologize. I did post in the Discord this morning a link keeping up with tariffs. I did post something in the brief, but I didn't discuss it further, which I should have, which is that a bunch of tariffs took effect today or midnight last night or midnight tonight. And a bunch of tariffs take effect tomorrow as well. And JPM and GS are saying those are not priced in yet to the markets, even with this down move they're claiming. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. That could be bullshit, so we can escape and up it to the right. But they're claiming that we have not priced in those tariffs yet. And I do want you to know that tariffs are beginning to take effect. Now, I don't know if I believe that because companies have been pricing tariffs into you since November. So it looks like we've priced them in, but I can't tell. Like sometimes when I read like stuff from GS, JPM, Nomura, like Jamie Dimon's out there telling you shit, it's normally selling you their AUM, right? Like their book. They're selling you their book. So I can't tell or read if that's true or fake or whatever at this point. I would think that we've priced it in, but remain cautious. If you're a member of our community, if I see that puts are rolled for a crash over the weekend or something, and they look real, if we stay underneath trend, see that upside move right there? We stay underneath this, and we start seeing hedging being rolled. I will let you know. So I will let you know. It's not there. It's the same thing as last night. The brief from last night. Expect us to move, swing down and trade that 48. We won't know yet. All signs point to up. But like I talk about this, like sentiment is a fucking finicky thing. Outside of data, like you can't fuck with sentiment. If you put people in a panic, they do fucked up shit. I relate it like this too. Like you can simplify this. If there's two dynamics to this. One, sentiment can flip on a dime, positive or negative. Flip on a dime. Second problem, or that's not a problem, but just note that if you're feeling like really excited or really dangerous, within an hour you can change your viewpoint. Like literally, like within a day you can be like, oh, I'm bearish, oh, I'm bullish. So sentiment can switch quickly. Second part though is never discount sentiment. It's a main driver of markets. If you panic people, they will. Now I'll explain it like simplify it like this. If your name is like Barry, and you work in an office, I think I said this yesterday. Work in an office, and all your friends are making money on NFTs. They're making money on crypto and Tesla and AI, bro. You're not in the AI revolution. You're literally going to call up your FA and your financial advisor and say, hey man, you got me in this, what do you got me in Aapl, bro, and Caterpillar, and dude, I want some exposure to the AI trade, bro. Put me in that risky 401k shit or whatever, put me in that risky fund, bro. You know what? Just fucking throw some extra money in there for some Nvda or something. That same thing happens on sentiment when it's this bearish. So Barry's like, you know what? I'm not going to do anything. Put me back in something safe, bro. And when the coast is clear, you can put me back in that stuff. So, if those flows don't show up tomorrow, those flows don't show up on Friday, and you got phones ringing off the hook, people scared, that shit does matter, You'll still get flows. Like a well-rounded portfolio will always get flows, but you're not going to get the phone call from people demanding buy. So, it's a dance. I think it's a dance. But I'm not concerned at the moment. So we have to see how today closes. We have to see how tomorrow closes. We have to see the week closes out. We're going to see if there's real panic. We're going to see if the government's actually going to shut down or not. There's a lot of moving parts here. And all my hedging is closed. So I've closed up. My hedging has been closed. If I'm going to hedge again for that outcome, I'm not going to do it unless we're up here. Sorry. Not unless we're at least right here, minimum up here. So I ain't hedging shit unless it's cheap. So, and I need some bad news. I need doom, we're on fire or something. I don't know. Chicken shit is, whatever it is, whatever floats your boat for panic. And the last part of this too is listen to everything that I'm saying to you. This is intentional for you to feel all this stuff, right? It's always at the most painful moments where you're like, oh God, it's terrible. We're going to crash on Monday. We'll be fucking burning tires in the street. Usually, most of the time, 10 out of 10 times. And if not, you just hold on. If you're wrong, you just hold on. It'll come back. It always does. Up and to the right. Always. Never, ever panic. Welcome pain, welcome anger, welcome doom, welcome all that shit. Yeah, it's important. Sentiment is important, but don't do that as a trader or as an investor. I want you to think about a few things here. Can you imagine COVID? You're long the market, and within 3 months it came back? Can you imagine the cacophony of people telling you, sell, the world's going to end, COVID's going to kill everybody in the U.S.? Can you think about doing that in 2022? We returned to the scene of the crime in 2 months. You had an orderly exit. If you're down here buying bottoms, if you've been long and got caught at the top, you don't sell for anybody. Ever. I'll tell you when to sell. You just don't do it. And you're not going to get the joy today, but you're going to get the joy one day and go, whoo, I made it out or whatever. We'll sell puts, we'll sell calls, whatever it needs to be. We start crashing or something up here, I'm going to start selling call. I got to own a bunch of SPY, sell a bunch of calls. I'm going to fucking hedge with a bunch of SDAO and shit. It'll be fun. SPY and stuff like that. Matter of fact, if that happens, we'll have it on tape so you know about it. Just like we're at the last top. It's time for you to start hedging. So, yeah, I think that's all I got to say on that topic. And the last part here, there's one more thing here. Someone was asking me, was at the bottom earlier, and that was the original question. Just remember that this is the downtrend right here. This is in the videos too. Let me go back and talk about this. We're in consolidation or distribution, right? Right here. You're always looking to buy lows, right? Buy lows, right? We have this line right here. On here. I still didn't answer the fucking first question. So remember, if you remember from the videos, right? Here's the hourly trigger. Right here, right? There's the hourly trigger. Here is the downtrend. Right? You want to see price do what? You want to see price get above the prior high, right? Break out of trend. You want to see the daily trigger turn up, right? You want to see price successfully back test and begin to make a new high, get long as fuck, right? Big money. You can do this on any time frame too. You can do this with a 1 and 5 minute trigger. You can do it with a daily trigger and or hourly trigger, or an hourly and daily trigger, or a daily and weekly trigger. Doesn't matter. So you just hang tight. If you're like, hey, Cap, should I be buying this? I already bought down here, but I'm buying stock. I'm not buying like calls and shit like that. Weeklies, dailies, monthlies, that kind of stuff. I'm just buying underlying. Hold on here. Sorry about that. I'm getting my screen is freezing. Hold on a second. We're going to go to a 5 minute really quick. I think I'm good there. $3.18. Give me a quick second here. Get rid of that one. Bring this one back. Apologize for that. I have my phone's blowing up. 327. You know what I'm wondering here? Like, watch this with me down here. Bottom right hand side. See that? See this? We never satisfied this 5,500. You come down here, right? We got news in the morning. There's the, hold on, here's the close, right? Ramp us up again tomorrow, right? This big old ramp-a-rama. Right up here. Bam. Into the close tomorrow. Then up and away. Consider this into your trade plan tomorrow, because we never touched that 5,500 right there. And you're still in line here too.
Trump meeting now on tax cuts with Senate GOP finance members. So again, Trump is meeting now on tax cuts with Senate Republican finance members.
So ramp-a-rama. 48.
Preparing a rejection of the ceasefire proposal, but is scared to say this directly to Trump.
Rejection. Ceasefire. Five minutes holding, 15 minutes holding. I want to buy zero dates just for today.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Zelensky says Russia is setting conditions on a ceasefire to try to delay it or make it not happen.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Man, they're trying to slam it. See it? With that nasty ass bear cross up here, bear plane. Woo! Squeezing. Ching. Holy shit.
ICI say money market fund assets fell by $1.38 billion to $7.02 trillion in the week ending March 12th.
President Zelensky saying Putin is preparing a rejection of ceasefire proposal, but is scared to say this directly to Trump. I listened to that interview earlier. It didn't sound anything like they're reporting on Twitter. Trump meeting now on tax cuts with Senate GOP finance ministers.
So in case you missed it, there's a Financial Times article here. Poland's president urging the US to move nuclear warheads to Polish territory. As Poland's president has called on the US to transfer nuclear weapons to Polish territory as a deterrent against future Russian aggression, a request that is likely perceived.
They're just unloading all the bear news right now. That Poland nuclear arms stuff was earlier today. That's not new news. Poland asked that earlier today. NDX not putting in a low on the hourly basis here. No low on NDX here.
The FT article is now on the feed for those interested. Again, Poland's president earlier urged the US to move nuclear warheads to Polish territory.
JPM credit desk, HYG downside continues to be a theme with another 1.15 million HYG puts on the tape today. We watched HYG earlier today get annihilated, and they have tons of gaps lower to 77.38. To put in perspective just how much HYG downside is trading, this is the third day this week that over 1 million HYG puts hit the tape. For us, last time we saw a greater.
Was posted around midnight Eastern time this morning.
Last time we saw greater than 1 mm prior to this was back in 2022. Average daily put volume closer to 240,000 over the past year. Yuki and Porter on the credit ETF trading side have been fielding a ton of inquiries and hedging requests, beginning with credit-focused accounts, but lately more from non-credit folks. Yuki flagging downside better bid today in CDX vol as well. Feels like we are at an inflection point here, all about the push-pull of credit fundamentals versus equity and unwind momentum. Our CDX traders saw lots of risk. Sellers around 100, greater or better than 106 handles in CDXHY, which helped weigh into a move lower as stocks dipped. But our RFQ stats still show net risk buying on the day. Be extremely careful here into this. Well, you get like the bump up, but this leg lower to catch that 48 tomorrow. What else do I have here?
Tesla warns the Trump administration it is exposed to retaliatory tariffs, according to the FT.
I think that was Tesla.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
I have posted the FT piece on the feed for those interested.
What do you mean not a valid choice? Man, they're fucking cranking zero dates for tomorrow. Again, into this close. God damn. Panic at the fucking disco. They're gonna fucking put the panic to the
So looking into this FT piece then, the group in its letter to Trump said that the tariffs could increase the costs of making vehicles in the US and make them less competitive when exported overseas. It also urged the administration to avoid
Jesus
making minerals
Christ.
that are in short supply in the US, such as lithium and cobalt, even more expensive to import.
They're fucking like max zero dates right now. Strike base, Gex. Right now, 550. So 553. $553 and $563. Yeah.
Some commentary here as we're seeing risk-off mood gripping the markets as stocks and yields fall, with volatility surging again across
Risk off.
asset classes, extending a retreat from the risk that pushed the S&P 500 below the threshold of a 10% correction and showed signs of seeping into high-yield bonds. New salvos of Trump's trade offensive doused optimism, spurred by benign inflation reports and stoked demand for havens in treasuries.
They're stoking pure panic right now. They're gonna stoke pure panic risk off. Let's buy some fucking tomorrow 14th. What do we got for OTM shit? OTM calls. God, they're not cheap though. 566 or 565s are dirt cheap. None of this shit's cheap.
Commerce Secretary Lutnick speaking on Fox News. I was also a minute ago to the market on close imbalance. Lutnick on no taxes for salary under 150K says aspirational. So again, Lutnick says when Trump balances budget, President has suggested he wants to waive taxes for those earning under 150K. It's aspirational. Lutnick says we need to balance the budget before waiving taxes.
I'm loading up on dirt cheap fucking OTM calls for tomorrow. I'm so terrible.
To the market on close.
I'm like, risk off. Yeah, I get that it's risk off.
Market on close imbalance S&P 500 at buy side 11.8 million, at Nasdaq 100 sell side 388 million, Dow 30 sell side 4.5 million, and Mag 7 sell side 239.6 million.
Tesla warns Trump admin it is exposed to retaliatory tariffs.
Lutnick said that balanced budget to come during the next 4 years, and we want it to take 3 years to balance budget.
I'm gonna turn off the fucking Geck spot. Yeah, here comes the doom. I'm going to post this for you right now. I'm reading a bunch of stuff here in the background. The doom is going to nope, not Dom. Doom. GS saying this low equity risk premium leaves all markets vulnerable to another correction, even if it's one where the U.S. underperforms. As a consequence, we continue to recommend broad diversification in our asset allocation strategies, like hedges.
For under 150K salary is on Trump's mind.
Such as put spreads. They have downgraded USD, HY, and upgraded U.S. Treasuries to mitigate correction risk. Sorry, some of the stuff I'm reading is quite long here. Ink tight air. I got more for you. Here comes the fucking doom. Buy puts. I'm doing the opposite here. I probably shouldn't be doing this, but hold on here. I don't think the bank's going to try to help me. Lutnick saying no taxes for salary under $150,000. Aspirational. U.S. Commerce Secretary saying no tax on tips, overtime, Social Security. U.S. Commerce Secretary during Trump's term, we will try to balance the budget. HYG blasting down right now. Trying to close gaps as low as 77.39. My zero dates are holding up just fine. They're good. Or they're not zero, they're ones for tomorrow. They'll be zeros overnight. Is my stream dead? It's still on. Okay, we're good. 6 minutes left to the close. Email from Wolf Richter. I just got an email from Wolf Richter. Oh boy.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for
We're going to try to get him on the show if we can.
today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service of 1 month and save 92.
Just got an email from Wolf Richter. I guarantee the GM, well, not guarantee.
Nick says we don't want
Like GM and Ford, like all of these American car companies, they are going to eat so much tariff. They are totally fucked. Come on, baby. Yeah, I'd like to have him on. I'd like to interview him. I have like a list of questions. I'd probably have to spend a weekend with like 100 questions and then submit them to him and pre-plan the interview. I don't know if he'll say yes, but we're just chatting right now, so let's try to get him on. You'll have to think. You'll have to think about your best questions. I'll take them in advance. Risk off. I just heard it. I heard it from I figured like about an hour ago. I was like, yeah, we should hear a bunch of like real fucking doom. Sure enough, like fucking an hour later, fucking Financial Juice is like risk off. Fucking what do you call it? BBG risk off. Like fuck. Panic at the Disco, baby. Oh, I got to go work on a robot tonight again. I already gave it to you an hour ago. I already gave it on the show. That's preliminary too. We do one at 9 p.m. on Asia Open. Ooh yeah, baby. Get on up there. I was a little bit off. I thought that was 1600. Watch this till 6:15. See if I get a print today or not. Okay, I'll see all of you tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. We got one more day left. Tomorrow, we should get some flows. There, you should see panic. Today, tomorrow, you're already seeing it at the end of the day today. Hopefully, Ackman is providing puts to you. Hopefully, I'm not fucking wrong here. I didn't buy a ton, but I'm green right now, so I'm good. But I will see you tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. We'll pay close attention and monitor as we into tomorrow and the spending deal, if it's real or if it's fake, if they're going to vote it down or not. If anything happens in the overnight, I wake up every night at 2 a.m. I wake up every night at 4 a.m. I wake up every night at, all right, go to sleep at 9 p.m. if I can, unless it's with my daughter, and it's later. But I do wake up at 2 a.m. I do wake up at 4. If you are along the markets and you're not hedged here in any way, shape, or form, I always recommend that you trade futures. You can always short the market if needed. If things get crazy, whatever you do, do not panic. What else? I think that's it. I think that's all I got. I'll see all of you guys tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning. I know, just capitulate already. I just want to trade the 48 and be done with it.